Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
May I take this moment and afford members an opportunity for meditation and prayer. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Good afternoon, honorable members. It's been a while since I last saw you. Thank you so much. I missed you too. And it's always good to be back here. Okay, honorable members, as usual, I would kindly request that I remind you of Sub-Rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 that applies during our debates and our sessions in the House. Before we proceed to the next item on our speakers list, may I take this opportunity and welcome our Honorable Minister, our younger sister, Honorable Stella Ndabeni. You are welcome. This is your house. You've always been here with us, and we really appreciate that. You are not taking that for granted. And next to her, another sister of mine, the Deputy Minister. She's my home girl. If you didn't know, Honorable Paternoster. Yes, Honorable Sithole, we're actually neighbors. Welcome, and thank you for coming to the NCOP. Having said that, I would also take this opportunity and welcome all the MECs on the virtual platform, as well as the SALGA representatives who has also joined into today's sitting. Which that takes then us to the next step on the order paper, which is the first order of the day, the policy debate on budget vote 36, small business development appropriation bill. I now have the pleasure to call upon Honorable Minister Ndabeni Abrahams, the Minister of for Small Business Development, to open this debate. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson,
Honorable Budget House.
Deputy Minister, Mrs. President, members of the Select Committee, the DDG and other senior managers of our portfolio, board members, officials of the department, and any other person who's watching these proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, entrepreneurs, today we gather here to table the budget vote of our department before yourselves as the National Council of Provinces, as part of our constitutional duty and commitment to accountability before this legislature. I do so while addressing this esteemed House on a matter that lies at the heart of South Africa's future, the promise and power of small businesses and entrepreneurs. Across the length and breadth of our country, from the red soil of Limpopo's villages to the coastal hamlets of the Eastern Cape, from the bustling townships of Soweto and Umlazi to the rural main streets of Kuruman and Bushbuck Ridge, lives a spirit of enterprise that is distinctly South African. It is resourceful, it is resilient, and it is radiant with untapped potential. These are not just places on a map, ladies and gentlemen. They are the heartbeat of our economy, where informal traders, homegrown manufacturers, spaza shop owners, agro-processors, and artisans rise each morning with one goal: to build a better life for their families and a stronger South Africa for us all. And today we are joined in this House by living proof of the entrepreneurial spirit, small business owners who are not just surviving, but innovating, creating jobs, and expanding the boundaries of what's possible. House Chair, the National Chair, these are our guests, as you see on my left. Let me recognize a few of them. Mr. Ibrahim of Wonder Snacks, a popcorn manufacturer whose products now sit on the shelves of major retailers. Mr. Nigel and Chrislyn Jacobs from Jacobs Farms, a gem manufacturer run by the Jacobs family and supported through our interventions. Ms. Ntombi Nonuba from Rise Apparel, a woman-led safety wear and uniform manufacturer. Mr. Ibrahim Rashid from Argon Steel, a dynamic steel production enterprise leveraging our instruments. Mr. Neville Mains from Good Old Printing, driving pharmaceutical packaging innovation. Mr. Ibrahim Kamruddin Jr. from Camden Trading, Mr. Kola Glass Wangashonti, and Mr. Yalwa Melikaya from Kubo Events Contin, who produce school uniforms and corporate wear. Mr. Fayroza Delvi from Lucky Tissue, a growing black woman-owned tissue manufacturer, and Mr. Greg Rebeni from G&S City Boards, who crafts quality furniture and expanding local production capacity. We are trying, we may not have touched you, but definitely we are making a mark where we reach. Their presence, honorable members, is not symbolic, but reminds us that small businesses are not asking for handouts, but for recognition, access, and the tools to thrive. Yet for too long, these entrepreneurs, especially those in our villages and rural townships, they have stood on the margins of opportunity, too often excluded from the formal circuits of capital, markets, and policy attention. We have resolved that, honorable members, as the portfolio, that this must change, and it has to change now. Noting profound challenges plagued by small businesses, today we boldly and unapologetically commit to bringing to the center of our national economic agenda. This is not a rhetorical statement, but an acknowledgement that it is in their success that will unlock shared prosperity, inclusive growth, and a more just economic order. Honorable members, this will be demonstrated in the programs that I will be tabling to you in this budget vote. Chairperson, in the past week, we hosted a highly successful startup engagement group meeting, which was attended by 350 entrepreneurs and representatives from the entrepreneurship support ecosystem and countries within the G20. We also hosted the inaugural Global SMME meeting in partnership with the International Trade Center, which was attended by ministers from 62 countries and senior officials, including 28 from Africa. These international platforms provide a useful mechanism to benchmark where we are at as a country with regards to MSME and startup policies and support measures. What was evident across both meetings is that many of the challenges our MSMEs face are common across most countries, as are many of our instruments in the policy side, blended finance, credit guarantees, and the like. Almost the countries have prioritized MSME development at the center of their country's growth strategies, recognizing them to be more resilient, adaptive, and innovative than large corporates. This is especially important in the current moment of trade protectionism and the rise of unilateralism. Most countries reflected that we still have some way to go to where budgets reflect this prioritization. We must recognize that governments everywhere will have a bigger role to play to de-risk private sector investment in underserved areas and segments in order to provide more grants for high-risk innovative startups and to invest in market intelligence and market activation to diversify trade. Chairperson, we have used our modest budget to optimize the impact of MSMEs, especially those from townships and rural areas. The logic is bringing more MSMEs into the mainstream economy, which will unlock economic growth and take us towards the MTDP target of above 3% growth. Our contribution as the department towards achieving this growth is to support more than 1 million MSMEs and cooperatives with financial and non-financial support. This we will do through our development fund and commercial fund through the range of other programs and instruments which are implemented through both the agency and ourselves as the department. Over the MTDP, honorable members, we will finance just under 620,000 MSMEs through the development fund, 334,000 MSMEs through the commercial fund, targeting high growth scalable MSMEs. We will finance just under 7,000 MSMEs through credit guarantees with banks and non-bank financial institutions. Provide just under 560,000 MSMEs with pre-investment support, including entrepreneurship, training, incubation, amongst others. Will provide just over 180,000 MSMEs with post-investment support, including coaching and mentoring, business skills training, and contract management to ensure our investments are safe. Chairperson, these numbers take us well beyond our 1 million MSME target for the MTDP. In fact, they indicate that we will support 1.1 million MSMEs and cooperatives over the MTDP, a number that is required for us to deal with the unemployment in our country. Now, honorable members, how will these budgets be disaggregated provincially, and what do we have planned for this year ahead? The development fund that I spoke about focuses on MSMEs in informal business transitioning into formalization. Most people have been complaining that we don't want to assist informal businesses who want to formalize, and this fund will deal with that. And over this MTF, we'll be dispersing 792 million rands in financial support. For this financial year, and over the MTF, will support about 2.95 billion rands. As I announced in my budget address, this includes the 300 million rands for youth and 300 million rands for women-owned entrepreneurs. We will not use historic patterns of funding flows to determine targets for the provincial breakdown of disbursements. We will intensify pre-investment support in order to deal with underserved provinces to develop a funding pipeline. When we appeared in the select committee, honorable members raised a concern that we are underfunding the small provinces, and this will change. If you look at what I'm talking about, we have increased the numbers, which is why we will invest more on pre-investment support so that we develop a pipeline that is responsive to what is required. In rural provinces like the Eastern Cape and Limpopo, which we targeted each, they will get about 118.8 million rands, KZN 102 million rands, Northwest 95 million rands, Mpumalanga and Northern Cape 79 million rands, Western Cape 71 million, Gauteng 71, and the Free State 55.4 million rands. Gone are the days where such a large proportion of our disbursements go to only Gauteng and Cape Town. These disbursements will support 94,500 MSMEs across the country during this financial year And over the MTF, through the Development Fund, will support 53,000 MSMEs in each of the Eastern Cape and Limpopo, more than 42,000 MSMEs in Northwest, and more than 35,000 each for Northern Cape and Mpumalanga. No one can say we are under-targeting the poorer, underserved provinces. The Commercial Fund, on the other hand, will target more established MSMEs with high commercial viability and prospects, and you will know those will be found in the city of Cape Town and Gauteng. This year, the fund will disperse 261 million rands and just under R1 billion over the MTF, supporting a total of 19,600 high-scale and growth MSMEs. Gauteng and KZN, as I indicated, they continue to receive because they have advanced pipelines. On the credit guarantees, will also be used to leverage capital from banking and non-banking financial institutions from both funds. And through our Kula credit guarantee, the value of credit guarantees taken up by MSMEs will be 985 million rands. For the TREP, we are allocating 543 million through the agency. We have also allocated additional monies, 150 million rands for rural and township women, 150 million rands for township and rural youth, bringing the allocation to 843 million for township and rural businesses. These additional monies will be tapped from the funds that I spoke about, the women and youth budget. Chairperson will also be rolling out Asset Assist, which provides equipment to entrepreneurs that are in the township and rural areas. And for this financial year, 206 million rands has been set aside, and over the MTF, 630.5 million rands will be provided. And this we will do through the district development model in order to make sure that we zoom into the districts that we have in our country. On the sponsorship fund, we have received 10,000 applications for financing, not registration. And the agencies continue to roll out the money to those that have applied for non-financial support in order to ensure that they are compliant. On the Cooperatives Development Support Program, we will receive 100 million for this year and 61.3 million over the MTF, which targets support for cooperatives of our country. On the craft customized sector, we have allocated 12.38 million for this financial year. We will also continue to roll out our Informal Micro Enterprise Development Program, which provides tools for informal sector businesses. And this year, we are targeting 50 townships and rural areas across the 50 districts and the traditional authorities that must gain support from government because they too are citizens of this country. The allocation for this year is 36.7 million and 112 million over the MTF. This year, we are targeting 15 districts of the 50 districts in our country. The final program, Chairperson, that I would like to talk to is the Small Business Hub and Infrastructure Program, which support entrepreneurs on infrastructure. And this year, the allocation for this MTF is 958.7, and this year we've allocated 310 million rands. SIDFA will also contribute 253 million rands. That goes towards digital infrastructure ownership, first by small business, first of its kind in our country. Honorable members, despite our modest budget, we mean business will provide just on 500,000 MSMEs and cooperatives with financial and non-financial support. I hereby present our 25-26 financial year budget of 2.918 billion rands. This budget is primarily directed towards transfers and subsidies, which account for 84% or 2.450 billion rands, with the remaining 16% of 468 million, spread between compensation of employees at 265 million rands, with goods and services accounting for 197 million and capital at 6 million. Transfers and subsidies that CIFA receives, 1.98 billion is allocated to entrepreneurs directly, which is about 77.9% of the total budget that we present. The department manages the remaining 542.6 million rands, which accounts for 22.1% of the total transfers. Honorable members, all we are here for is to beg for your support, because if you are supporting small businesses, it has to be shown here. We're not bringing rhetoric, but practical interventions. That is why we said we must change gear from what we've been doing and be specific on zooming into the rural township and therefore those that are in the urban areas, because they too deserve to participate in their economy. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think I must say this, Honorable Minister. I've never seen Honorable Teza as attentive as he was today. I guess he's charmed by this department. And I equally want to take this opportunity and welcome your guests as you have indicated them. We want to acknowledge your presence and thank you. Continue to doing us proud, the support that you are getting from our government. We can see it's for us to see for ourselves today, and continue doing what is supposed to be done to grow our economy. You are welcome. Now, having said that, we want to take this opportunity and invite the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development and Trade, Honorable Boshoff. You've got 15 minutes, Madam.
Honourable Chair, before I start, don't time me yet. I just want to say something to you. Are you sure Honourable Teza was concentrating or was he looking at a pretty lady?
I just thought I saw someone who's charmed. I saw someone who's charmed by the department. That's all I saw. And through our eye contact expression, so he sort of confirmed that indeed he's really charmed by the department.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Today I wish to offer a sincere reflection on the state of small business development in South Africa, not only on the plans before us, but also on what is still lacking in practice. Vote 36 is not just about rands and cents. It's about the 25 million South Africans currently locked out of economic participation. It's about the thousands of entrepreneurs, especially in rural areas, who are trying to build livelihoods, often in spite of the system, not because of it. This department carries a crucial mandate. SMMEs are the backbone of job creation and local growth. But the truth on the ground is hard to ignore. Red tape continues to strangle initiative, access to finance remains limited, and far too many small businesses are closing without anyone noticing. For the year ahead, the department is allocated 2.8 billion. Of this, a significant amount is set aside for transfers to SEFA and SEDA, now combined as SETFA, and for direct SMME support. Over the MTEF period, that amounts to nearly 7 billion. The question we must ask is not how much is being spent, but whether that spend is reaching the right people and whether it is making a difference. When nearly 90 cents of every rand flows through intermediaries, we must demand transparency. Are these funds ending up in the hands of entrepreneurs, or are they being lost to administration, duplication, or inefficiencies? One program that illustrates this concern is the Spaza Shop Fund. This initiative was meant to uplift township and rural economies, yet only 3 delivery capacity partners have been appointed, all in metro areas. That excludes the very communities the fund was supposed to serve. More worrying is that the department continues to delay the release of the full list of beneficiaries. This is not about blame, it's about visibility. How do we measure progress if we can't even see who's benefiting? I urge the department, through you, Minister, to publish the full list of beneficiaries, disaggregated by province, and to provide real data on jobs created and businesses sustained. On co-ops, the picture is equally concerning. Over 80% of registered cooperatives become inactive within just the few years. And yet, when well supported and properly monitored, cooperatives can anchor economic activity in rural and township communities. But we cannot continue to provide support without also demanding accountability and results. Chairperson, the Select Committee has expressed serious concerns about SETFA. If public funds are flowing into this vehicle, then public accountability must follow. The department must strengthen its monitoring and evaluation systems so that we can move from merely spending to actually delivering. The merger of CEFA and CEDA was meant to streamline services and reduce duplication. But what do we see? We see longer queues, confusion on the ground, and a continued failure to reach rural entrepreneurs. We have to be honest, if these institutions struggled separately, combining them without meaningful reform only magnifies this dysfunction. A merger is not a reform. It is merely a starting point. Small business closures continue to rise. In just the first 5 months of this year, 623 businesses were liquidated. In May alone, 141 shutdowns were recorded, mostly in sectors like the construction sector and retail. And this is where jobs should be multiplying. Meanwhile, GDP growth sits at a dismal 0.1%. How can we celebrate targets met when the economy is still flatlining and entrepreneurs are disappearing? And then we have the 700 million being allocated to a national dialogue with no clear objectives, no delivery plan, and no measurable outcome. While this allocation does not fall under the Department of Small Business Development, it speaks to a broader issue of misplaced priorities in government spending. In a country crying out for jobs and opportunity, that same amount could have funded over 23,000 short-term work opportunities, expanded access to microfinance, or rolled out real support to township entrepreneurs. Chairperson, this is the difference between endless talk and tangible delivery. But let me also acknowledge progress where it exists. The department's APP for 25-26 outlines a digital strategy overall, including the streamlining of the BizPortal platform to cut red tape and improve accessibility. There are plans to introduce internship and junior examiner roles, not only to boost internal capacity, but also to create real opportunities for unemployed youth. We also welcome moves to collaborate with SARS, UIF, the banking sector, and industrial parks. And we support the broader goal of a one-stop platform that makes doing business easier. We also recognize the legislative progress made through the SMME bill, which consolidates support functions under SETFA and creates a long-awaited small business ombud. This institutional step must now be followed by urgent on-the-ground implementation, because good architecture means nothing if the building stays empty. Chairperson, the department has set itself a target of supporting 100,000 township and rural enterprises over the MTEF. That's ambitious and welcome, but it must be accompanied by proper monitoring. We need to know which businesses are reached, what support they've received, and whether they're growing or failing. A performance dashboard must be made public and updated regularly. We also call for further clarity on how the department will support technology-driven enterprises and startups, particularly in under-resourced provinces. This must be more than aspirational. It must be integrated into practical delivery mechanisms and budgeted interventions. Likewise, the shift from informal to formal economy must be driven not by coercion, but by real incentives, especially where informal businesses are already generating livelihoods. A meaningful plan to assist informal traders transition successfully must be part of this year's rollout. And let us not forget the importance of local delivery. If municipalities collapse, which we are seeing, small businesses unfortunately collapse with them. Take Umdurni municipality, where services failed for 3 straight months. Refuse piled up, businesses suffered, and leadership chose that moment to double refuse tariffs and purchase new luxury vehicles for themselves. Small businesses, Honourable Minister, cannot thrive in places where the very system is working against them. That is why we call on the department to work with COCTA and National Treasury to intervene in municipalities where collapse threatens national development goals. And these interventions must be aligned with the district development model to ensure proper coordination and sustained delivery. Chairperson, some will argue that these are teething issues or that support is increasing year by year. But this committee knows that the problem is not volume, it is the design. We don't suffer from a shortage of ideas. We suffer from a failure to execute them well, to track them properly, and to correct course when needed. That is why the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade has made the following recommendation: that the department prioritizes the full implementation of the Unified Digital Platform, BizPortal, to streamline applications, reduce red tape, and enhance access, especially in rural and township areas. That it ensures transparency by releasing the complete list of sponsorship fund beneficiaries broken down by province with data on job creation and business continuity. That future funding to intermediaries, including SETFA and incubators, be tied to measurable outcomes with funding withdrawn from those that cannot demonstrate impact. That monitoring and evaluation frameworks for cooperatives be strengthened with regular reporting and enforcement of survival rates. That the department expedite the setup of the Small Business Ombudsman as legislated in the SMMB bill to ensure independent redress for entrepreneurs. That a public, province, and sector-level dashboard be developed to track support provided, funds dispersed, and outcomes achieved. That the department works with COCTA and Treasury to intervene where dysfunctional municipalities are undermining national small business goals. That the rollout of internships and junior examiner positions be prioritized as committed in the APP and the Strat Plan. And that the department accelerates the BizPortal MOU with banks, UIF, SARS, and industrial parks to provide a single point of application for business support. Beyond these recommendations, the committee also expects greater clarity from the department on how it is supporting youth and women-owned businesses, particularly in rural and underserved areas. We further urge the department to expand access to finance, moving beyond current SETFA channels, and to support enterprise supplier development models that enable smaller firms to integrate into larger value chains. Chairperson, South Africans are no longer asking for handouts. They are asking for access, for fairness, and for confidence that support will reach them when they need it. This will be the year where we shift from bureaucracy to delivery, from planning to performance. In closing, Honourable Chair, I wish to thank the members of this committee for their robust engagement and continued commitment to economic development. I also acknowledge the work of all the public servants, the staff and institutions striving to get this right. Chairperson, the majority of this committee supports the budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boshoff. We are now proceeding to the next speaker on my list, which is Honorable Modise from the African National Congress. You've got 15 minutes, Honorable Modise.
One calls me, but they're going to disturb me. Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the established protocol is observed. The establishment of the Department of Small Business Development in 2014 marked a significant milestone in South African efforts to build an inclusive, sustainable, and job-creating economy, whilst recognizing the central role of SMMEs and cooperatives in addressing structural socio-economic challenges. For the National Council of Provinces, which serves as the voice of provincial interest in the national spheres of government, the work of the department is particularly important because it directly addresses the developmental needs and priorities of provinces, especially rural and underdeveloped areas. Chairperson, it is said that if you hold a gun and I hold a gun, we can talk about the law. If you hold a knife and I hold a knife, we can talk about rules. If you come empty-handed and I come empty-handed, we can talk about reason. But if you have a gun and I only have a knife, then the truth lies in your hands. However, if you have a gun and I have nothing, what you hold is not just a weapon, it's my life. Minister, the department not only holds a weapon in the form of opportunities, but holds SMMEs' lives in the form of funding. SMMEs make a significant contribution to the economy at both the fiscal and the GDP level. In South Africa, SMMEs contribute more than 5 trillion to the economy and employ 60% of the workforce. Its primary economic activity is focused on microeconomic development. The geographical distribution of SMMEs reflects South Africa's broad economic patterns and spatial inequalities. Based on the data available for SMMEs per province, Gauteng accounts for 34.6%, Western Cape accounts for 31.3%, KwaZulu-Natal 15.1%, Eastern Cape 7.4%, Limpopo 3.8%, Free State 2.4%, Mpumalanga 2.3%, Northwest 1.8%, and Northern Cape 1.1%. This shows that the majority of these enterprises are concentrated in Gauteng and the Western Cape, followed by KwaZulu-Natal, which together account for the largest share of the national economic activity and population. Gauteng is the country's economic hub, hosts a particular number of SMMEs benefiting from its dense urban markets, relatively advanced infrastructure, and access to financial and business support services. Similarly, Honorable Masipa, the Western Cape has developed a vibrant SMME sector supported by a strong tourism industry, a well-developed service economy, and a culture of entrepreneurship. However, while Gauteng and the Western Cape dominate in terms of numbers, there is a growing recognition of the need to promote SMME development for more evenly across the country. Provinces such as KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape, Northwest, Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and the Free State, which have larger rural population and historically underdeveloped economies, hold significant untapped potential for SMMEs growth. Target intervention to support SMME in these regions are critical to reducing the regional disparities, creating jobs closer to where people live, and fostering balanced and inclusive development. For the NCOP, the department focus on township and rural economies is of critical significance. Many provinces continue to experience uneven development, with rural areas lagging behind urban centers in terms of infrastructure, investment, and access to economic opportunities. Chairperson, we also like to take this opportunity to congratulate ANC cadre deployees who have graduated since the beginning of the 7th administration, and amongst them, it's Honorable Pauli Bushielo, Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Malusi Gaba, who have both graduated with their PhD. We also want to congratulate Honorable Stella Ndabeni Abrams, who has also graduated with a master's degree. All of them are black. All of them are black, whilst both DA cadre deployees, Honorable Minister John Steenhuisen and Honorable Minister Dean McPherson, only have matric, and they are white. That is why the DA hates cadre deployment so much, because they've got no one to deploy that is educated. This annual budget vote report provides a detailed account of the Department of Small Business Development budget allocation, planned spending, and key strategic priorities for the upcoming financial year. It is an important accountability tool, keeping Parliament, stakeholders, and the public informed about how resources are utilized to support SMME throughout South Africa through the program and project of the department and its associate entities. The budget focuses on 4 main programs, which are administration, sector policy and research, integrated cooperatives and micro-enterprise development, and enterprise development, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Faced with limited financial resources, the department cannot afford inefficiencies or scattered gun approach to spending. Instead, it is imperative that the department focuses on qualitative and impactful expenditure that prioritize outcomes, outputs, and sustainability over short-term fixes, as outlined by the chairperson of the Select Committee. Moreover, it needs to leverage private sector funding and DFI funding, and through such partnership to enable it to have a greater impact in the development of SMMEs in all provinces, especially those provinces which lag behind with the development of SMMEs. The African National Congress views SMMEs to be a central pillar of South Africa's strategy for achieving inclusive and sustainable economic development. This stems from the ANC's firm belief that broad-based economic participation is essential to overcoming the deep structural inequalities and economic exclusion entrenched by the legacy of colonialism and apartheid. This is aimed at reversing historic economic exclusion. The ANC recognizes the crucial and multifaceted role that SMMEs play in our economy, not only as engines of job creation and income generation, but also as important vehicles to promote entrepreneurship, fostering innovation, and developing local economic capacities. In particular, SMMEs have proven to be a significant source of employment opportunities for historically disadvantaged individuals, including women, youth, and people living with disability in and around rural and township areas. Aligned with the ANC's vision of building a capable developmental state, we view the strengthening and growth of the SMME sector as an indispensable instrument for expanding economic participation and ensuring that benefits of economic growth are shared more equitably. A thriving SMME sector helps to diversify the economy, build resilient local value chains, and stimulate economic activity in communities that have been historically marginalized from the mainstream economy. According to the National Development Plan, SMMEs are expected to contribute approximately 90% of all the new jobs by 2030, a projection that reflects the strategic importance in tackling South Africa's persistently high unemployment rate. These expectations underscore the centrality of SMMEs in absorbing labor at scale, particularly among vulnerable groups such as youth, women, unskilled and semi-skilled workers who remain disproportionately excluded from formal employment. SMMEs' capacity to create diverse and accessible job opportunities is a critical element of the NDP employment and poverty alleviations. Since 2014, the department has been instrumental in initiating, amending, and implementing laws and policies to strengthen the small business sector. Some of the most measures include the National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill, the National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Master Plan, Cooperatives Amendment Act Review, and broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Codes for SMME and cooperatives. The department initiated amendments to the National Small Enterprise Act aimed at enhancing the regulatory framework for the SMME. The amendment bill proposes, among other things, the establishment of the Office of Small Enterprise Ombudsman Services, which will address disputes between SMME and clients and ensure fair business environment. This is particularly relevant to improving market access and protecting small businesses from exploitative practices, especially in rural and undeveloped provinces. The National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Master Plan serves as a critical policy framework guiding the growth of the SMME sector over the next 10 years. The master plan focuses on 3 key areas, which are improving the regulatory environment, increasing access to finance and markets, and building entrepreneurial capacity. Chairperson, we call on Honorable Meimang, Honorable Chief Nongonyane, and Honorable Feni to produce a paper that advocates for the legislative changes in who must be a councillor in this country. Part of the requirements must be that, 1, to be a councillor, you'll need to possess NQF level 6. To be a member of the mayoral committee, you'll need to possess NQF level 7. And to be a speaker, executive mayor, or chief whip, you'll need to possess NQF level 8. We can no longer allow a person with an 3 to be responsible for municipal finances as MMCs of finance when the CFO is a university graduate. We really need to save our municipalities from total collapse so that SMMEs can strive. We cannot afford to run municipalities through common sense. We don't have the luxury anymore. Just like the medical doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, an engineer needs qualification to practice, let's also professionalize local government by ensuring that those who want to be in public service have proper qualifications. We really need to advocate for graduates to occupy positions of responsibility so that municipal bylaws are adhered to give SMMEs a fighting chance and get rid of dumb cops who don't want to go to school and use political responsibilities for self-enrichment. In the final analysis, in order to grow and sustain the sector, it is imperative that there is improvement of infrastructure which supports SMMEs development, such as cheap electricity, water, road and rail infrastructure to ensure that people have access to markets and products are efficiently transported to the markets for both the domestic and exports markets. On behalf of the Mighty African National Congress, we support this budget policy vote of the budget of the Department of Small Business Development. I thank you.
Order, honorable members. Thank you very much, Honorable Mudise. We are now proceeding with the next speaker on my speakers list, Honorable Pina from the Democratic Alliance. You've got 8 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's quite shocking. Some honorable members are so obsessed with the Democratic Alliance. It's just quite entertaining. Honorable Chairperson, achtbare Minister, achtbare
Honorable
Adjunct
Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister,
Sorry about that. You can proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Achtbare Minister, achtbare Adjunct Minister, my fellow members of Parliament and the
Honorable Minister
NCOP,
of the
and as
Deputy
always,
Minister.
Chairperson.
Administration, can we please attend to the, what's that? Translation services. Thank you very much for that. It's disturbing the speaker on the podium. Please attend to that.
Yeah,
You can proceed, Honorable Pinar, our apology.
Thank you. Let's hope that's the last time you have to speak. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me try again. And most importantly, my fellow South Africans at home who are watching, good day, goeiedag, tobela. Honorable Chairperson, earlier in the budget debate cycle, more than 2 weeks ago, I introduced this House to John Locke, widely considered the father of liberalism. Allow me to share the principles that continue to guide us in the Democratic Alliance. Liberalism is freedom, freedom of the individual in every sphere of society. That is why we in the DA will always fight for individual rights without allowing the state to dictate how people must think, behave, or vote. Each individual has an entrenched right to choose for themselves. These freedoms, Chairperson, are underpinned by 3 critical principles Locke believes must be protected from tyranny: life, liberty, and of course, property. We've already debated liberty and property in this House. Now, in my final budget debate, it is only fitting that I close on the 3rd and most fundamental: life. In Locke's framework, life is the inalienable right to exist and preserve one's survival. And this department has a powerful opportunity to protect life, not through welfare, but through work and entrepreneurship. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Small Business Development is uniquely positioned to add value to people's lives by enabling them to work not for government, but for themselves, to build sustainable businesses, uplift families, and fuel economic activity. But Chairperson, note my emphasis on the word sustainable. The government's role must be to create an enabling environment, not to interfere, not to dominate, but to unblock, support, and connect. A business-friendly environment with minimal red tape and a strong market linkage is what is needed. Entrepreneurs cannot survive on state tenders and unsecured loans alone. This and that is a road to dependency, not empowerment. In the real world, it is the open and free market that decides whether a business succeeds or fails. Do not set them up for failure for the real world, Minister. Yet, the department continues to lean towards state control and regulatory expansion, edging dangerously close to socialist, if not communist, policy thinking. Still, Minister, all is not lost. There are promising signs in your department. As my colleagues in the National Assembly pointed out, small businesses face over 100 separate regulations. However, the Minister indicated in her budget presentation that 28 pieces of legislation have been identified for review to remove red tape. That is real progress, Minister. If you achieve this, Minister, you will have my respect for years to come. And as a select committee, we are eagerly awaiting a full presentation on these 28 legislative barriers and how we as a committee can assist. But there, Chairperson, there are also some deep concerns. For instance, one of the department's official performance indicators for the 2025-2026 financial year is the number of media briefings held. Let's not fool ourselves. That is not progress, it is PR. And PR will not put food on the table. Minister, the public does not want media briefings. They need jobs, or at least the opportunity to apply for one. Success must not be measured by how often you and your spokespersons appear in front of a camera, but by how many sustainable, independent businesses your department helped build. Bureaucrats focus on what is funded and what is measured. APPs drive behavior. Meaningful APPs result in meaningful outcomes. Chairperson, we've asked this before in relation to the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and we'll ask it again here. What is the return on investment? How many SMMEs funded last year by government are still standing today without state support? That's the KPI that matters, Minister. Sadly, it is absent from this APP, but we trust it will be included next year. Chairperson, the economic clusters have become known for robust engagements. Our economic select committees, led by Honourable Modise and Honourable Boshoff, understands the urgency of unblocking South Africa's full economic potential. And I want to assure you, Minister Abrams, our committee wants your department to succeed. We are not your opponents, we are your eyes and ears. But we will be honest, we will be tough, because the stakes for South Africa are too high for failure. Phambili, Minister. Phambili. Baie dankie. Siyabonga. Thank you.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Minister, you are highly appreciated by the members of this House. So you've just earned yourself an advisor as well. There's progress here. That then takes us to our next speaker who has joined in on a virtual platform, Honorable Mukwena from the MK Party. You've got 9 minutes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me begin where most ministers end, by talking about people, not slogans, not outcomes achieved, not four-color strategic plans or padded APPs, but people. The street vendor in Umlazi, who has been moved 3 times because the promised market facility is still under construction. The young graduate in Mahikeng, who took her NSFAS change and started a hair business only to find that there is no incubator, no township grant, and no one to monitor her. The cooperatives of women in Flagstaff sewing uniforms for decades, but still working on borrowed machines without a single public contract. This department does not speak to them. This budget certainly does not speak to them either. And yet we are told to vote yes, to fund another 5 years of paperwork, policy drift, and empty conferences. Chairperson, the MK Party rejects this budget vote, not out of spite or narrow opposition, but out of the deep principle, because no serious revolutionary can support a government that is faking transformation while actively managing decline. On paper, the The department claims that it will support 1 million small businesses over the next 5 years. But what does the support mean? Chairperson, support is not an SMS. It is not a brochure. It is not yet another business bootcamp with no capital flow. When the department says that it will create and sustain 1.8 million jobs, the nation deserves clarity. Is this dignified work or temporary stipends? Are these sustainable income generating businesses or just recycling numbers from CEDA and CEPA? If we are to believe these numbers, why are we still sitting with the highest youth unemployment rate on earth? Because this budget is designed to give political cover, not economical change. It speaks in volume, not in value. It is impressive in paperwork, but invisible in people's lives. Chairperson, the department's position itself as the coordinator of small business ecosystem, but who is being coordinated? Because it's certainly not the informal traders who are still criminalized for selling at traffic lights. It's not the cooperatives in Northern Cape who haven't seen a DSBD official in 3 years. And it's not a township entrepreneur who are being told to go online to register for support where there's no fiber, no laptops, and certainly no digital skills. Vacancy rates remain high, internal capacity is weak, and most provinces complain that they don't even know who their DSBD contact person is. Yet we are told we are building a capable, ethical, developmental state. Chairperson, this state is not capable. It's not developmental, and it's not ethical to keep saying support is coming while young people lose hope and elders die poor. The department proudly speaks of cutting red tape. But if red tape is being cut, it must be invisible tape because it's still strangling Black businesses across the country. The same department still requires 90-day processing times for simple township support. It still outsources compliance to consultants instead of building internal capacity. And it still has no functional mechanism for informal businesses to access state procurement, a right they have on paper, but not in practice. And let us be clear, the only thing that the GNU is good at cutting is budgets. They're cutting the provincial budgets that used to fund local cooperatives. They've cut infrastructure grants that could have built township markets, but they cannot cut waste. They cannot cut corruption, and certainly cannot cut addiction to foreign consultants. Chairperson, we must name this thing correctly, that the GNU is a DA-led coalition wearing an ANC mask. And it shows in the economic policies, in the funding models, and in the ideological retreats. This budget no longer speaks of economic injustices. It speaks of investment attractiveness, competitiveness. Where is the radical economic transformation? Where is the ownership? Where is the land-based enterprise development? Let us not forget this department under the government still does not have working registry of Black manufacturers to this day, but it can host media briefings and allocate 35 million rands to communication strategies. It can travel, audit, and consult, but it cannot bring products from Tanzania to market or help a woman in Tanin formalize a vegetable stall. Chairperson, allow me to quote from the department's own strategic plan. We will support 50,000 startup financially and non-financially. We will provide red tape reduction support to 100 municipalities. We will implement the township and rural economy revitalization policy. But here is the reality. Most municipalities still don't have a functional LED unit. The fund of funds is still a proposal with no timeline for disbursement. Township entrepreneurs are being made to compete for the same money as resourced urban SMEs. Support is becoming an exclusive club. If you know the right person, the funding will flow. If not, you are told to wait for the next summit. This is not transformation, it's tokenism dressed as development. Last month in Pietermaritzburg, I met a woman who runs a daycare and a soup kitchen. She's been applying for the DSBD support for 3 years. She finally received a reply that said, application incomplete, please resubmit on the portal. She doesn't know what the portal is. She has asked if it's a form or if it's a phone call. That is the human cost of a digital strategy without grassroots connectivity. That is the daily humiliation of our people under a government that talks transformation but delivers exclusion. The MK party believes that small business development is the foundation of economic freedom. But for that to happen, We need a development state that builds, not just coordinates. State-led procurements that prioritizes township production. Publicly owned cooperatives in agriculture, manufacturing, and logistics. A localization strategy rooted in ownership, not participation. A political will that puts the people before paperwork. We don't need another national summit. We need direct support, community enterprise hubs, and complete overhaul of the funding ecosystem that still excludes the poor and the working class. In conclusion, we reject this budget. Chairperson, the GNU is running on fumes. The only thing holding it together is shared interest in maintaining elite control. They've abandoned the Freedom Charter, they've betrayed the working class, and now they are asking Parliament to co-sign another 5 years of symbolic gestures, empty reports, and recycled announcement. We refuse. We stand with the street vendor. We stand with the unemployed graduate. We stand with the cooperatives still waiting for state support. We vote no for the sake of the future of this country, the future we are building without compromise. Thank you.
Order, honorable members. We are now proceeding to the next speaker on my list, which is Honorable Maile, the MEC in Gauteng. Honorable Maile, you've got 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We also like to acknowledge the Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, colleagues from other provinces, the members of the National Council of Provinces, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to appear before you in this August House this afternoon as we deliberate on the budget vote of the Department of Small Business Development. The responsibility that we bear this afternoon extends beyond this chamber. It stretches to every corner of South Africa, particularly in historically disadvantaged communities where the vast majority of micro, small, and medium enterprises operates, albeit informally. Across South Africa, MSMEs are a vital force for economic development, innovation, and social upliftment. They account for a significant share of employment and serve as a platform for aspiring entrepreneurs to participate in the mainstream economy in both urban and rural areas. MSMEs empower individuals to transform their ideas into livelihoods, often bridging the gap between informal economic activity and formal business growth. The number of MSMEs in South Africa is estimated to be between 2.4 and 3.5 million. This diverse sector includes everything from informal micro enterprises to formal, medium-sized businesses. A significant portion of these are informal businesses, with around 667,400 being formal enterprises and the rest informal. More than 2.5 million micro enterprises make up the sector, with 72% operating informally. The FinScope MSME South Africa 2024 survey posits that the MSMEs employ around 13.4 million people. This accounts for just over 80% of the country's total labor force, demonstrating the significance of the MSME sector. Nowhere in the MSME sector more significant than in Gauteng, where they are the heartbeat of province's vibrant economy. As the economic powerhouse of South Africa, Gauteng is home to a diverse tapestry of entrepreneurs and innovators who drive growth, foster employment, and stimulate local development. A 2023 study on the distribution of MSMEs in South Africa indicates that there are just over 900,000 MSMEs in Gauteng, representing 35.4% of all MSMEs nationally. This makes Gauteng the province with the highest concentration of the MSMEs in the country. As the Gauteng provincial government, we have consistently affirmed that MSMEs in the Gauteng province play a pivotal role in alleviating poverty and addressing inequality by creating opportunities for marginalized communities and nurturing a culture of self-reliance. Our adoption of the Gauteng Township Economic Development Act 2022, which aims to foster inclusive economic growth and transformation in Gauteng townships, is reflective of our commitment to MSMEs in margin communities and our belief in their equalizing ability. Honorable members, while their role is crucial for economic development, the reality of the situation is that MSMEs are a reflection of the various inequities that exist in South Africa. Data from the Mastercard Index of Women Entrepreneurs indicates that women-owned businesses in South Africa accounts for 21.9% of all businesses. Additionally, 51.2% of MSMEs are male-owned, while 37.7% are female-owned, and 11.1% are jointly owned by youth. According to a 2025 report, female ownership is most prevalent in smaller businesses, with 51.3% of those employing between 1 to 5 individuals being female-owned. However, this representation declines as business size increases, with only 12.6% of businesses employing between 51 and 200 individuals being female-owned. It is for this reason that the Gauteng provincial government's focus in terms of intervention in the MSME sector is on the creation and support of the creation of an entrepreneurial ecosystem. An entrepreneurial ecosystem is a form of social collaboration and knowledge of a combination of factors that are important in fostering entrepreneurship. It is the environment and institutional elements that strengthen or hinder entrepreneurship progress. While it is important that we support the creation of startups, particularly in historically disadvantaged communities, it is equally important that we facilitate support to ensure their sustainability. This is because for many township-based MSMEs, sustainability is tested by a number of factors, including financial exclusion, infrastructure deficiencies, limited access to markets, and challenge in managerial and technical skills. We determined that these will be addressed by creating a more robust entrepreneurial ecosystem that is characterized by financial and non-financial support, enabling policies, a conducive culture, access to finance, high-quality human capital, business-friendly markets, and institutional and infrastructural support systems. We agree with the 2024 Women's Report's arguments that the more connected an entrepreneur is to the ecosystem, the greater the possibility of business success becomes. We also recognize that despite challenges faced by the MSMEs in Gauteng and South Africa broadly, the sector has demonstrated adaptability, embracing digital solutions, forming cooperatives, and leveraging community networks to overcome obstacles. In the Gauteng province, partnerships with other stakeholders in the creation of this entrepreneurial ecosystem has been a game changer. Government and non-government organizations have stepped in with targeted interventions, ranging from grant schemes and incubation hubs to training and mentorship programs. This is recognition of the reality that the journey for MSMEs, particularly those in townships, is not without its hardships. Legacy issues stemming from historical inequalities continue to impede access to capital, infrastructure, and technology, particularly in the townships and rural communities. Many entrepreneurs find themselves navigating a complex web of regulations while seeking visibility in crowded markets shaped by larger corporations. And so, as stated in our recently tabled budget speech, we are working closely with financial institutions to ensure access to capital for MSMEs owned by communities on the margins. These partnerships are designed to elevate these enterprises from survivalist ventures to sustainable contributors to the provinces and the nation's economic fabric. Honorable Minister, I wish to conclude by stating that we are pleased with the Department of Small Business Development's application of the SMMEs and cooperatives funding policy that aims to eliminate issues related to lack of coordination on SMMEs funding support programs, double dipping, and ecosystem fragmentation. The policy's implementation plan that was generated to guide its operationalization and which outlines the role players to be involved in various initiatives, the anticipated risks and mitigating factors, as well as intended outcomes. The policy is a step in the right direction. To reiterate the conclusion I made in the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition budget vote debate, it is imperative that we recognize that the future of South Africa depends on our collective efforts to harness the power of an economy that has the potential to be more inclusive and sustainable. This is not the work of government alone, nor of business or labor in isolation. It is a shared endeavor demanding vision, courage, and collaboration. This is the path of redressing historical injustices that, unless addressed with courage, could strengthen the economic future of our country. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maile, for your input. I think that everyone understands what is happening now in Gauteng. The next speaker is going to be Honorable Van den Berg. I don't see him in the house. Is he on a...
He's virtual.
All right, thank you. I've just got that he is on the visual platform. Honorable Van den Berg, the chance is yours, sir, for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, esteemed members of the National Council of Provinces, and fellow South Africans. The bulk of the budget of the Department of Small Business Development's funding goes to the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, which receives 1.846 billion in 25-26 and 5.836 billion over the medium term. Members, this is a lot of money. However, we have concerns regarding the department's ability to effectively utilize these funds. The Minister's budget speech highlights the importance of supporting micro, small and medium enterprises, but the reality on the ground paints a different picture. The department's own reports indicate that the mortality rate of small businesses in South Africa is alarmingly high, with 70% of small businesses failing within the first 3 years. Furthermore, we question the department's commitment to transparency and accountability. The department's lack of transparency raises concerns about the effectiveness of its programs and the potential for corruption. The department's Spaza Shop support program is a case in point. While the program aims to support small businesses, it appears to be plagued by inefficiencies and potential irregularities like possible monopolies from single suppliers. We also note that the department's budget allocation for the Northern Cape province is woefully inadequate, with only 7.92 million allocated for the financial year. This raises concerns about the department's commitment to supporting small businesses in rural areas. In conclusion, while we support the department's objectives, we believe that the budget allocation for the 25-26 financial year requires closer scrutiny. We urge the department to prioritize transparency, accountability, and effectiveness in its programs, and to ensure that funds are allocated in a manner that benefits all South Africans, regardless of race or geographic location. We cannot stress enough the importance of radical transparency in the department's dealings. The people of South Africa deserve to know how their money is being spent, and it's the department's responsibility to provide this information. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van den Berg. The next speaker is also going to be on the visual platform, is the MEC for Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism in the Eastern Cape, Honorable Peters. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the House of the National House of Provinces, Minister of Small Business Development, Honorable Ndabeni, the Deputy Minister, MECs that have joined, and also the honorable members of the NCOP, distinguished guests, Manene Nani Manenekas, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. House Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the people of the Eastern Cape to welcome and respond to the 2025-26 budget vote presented by the Honorable Minister of Small Business Development. Let me begin by commending the department for the bold and far-reaching measures outlined, particularly the creation of the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, the rollout of 50 small business hubs, and the Youth and Women Entrepreneurship Funds. These are more than budget lines, they are lifelines for rural township, and peri-urban entrepreneurs who have too often been left on the margins of economic inclusion. Ours is a shared responsibility and a shared vision. The Minister reminded us of the foundational ideals of the Freedom Charter, whose 70th anniversary we are now commemorating. The Charter declared that, open quote, the people shall share in the country's wealth, close quote. We believe that our work is not merely economic, it is historic. It is about healing the wounds of the past through inclusion, innovation, and indigenous empowerment. We believe in strategic alignment from Kliptown to Komani, from Tanzania to Mthatha, from Gqeberha to Karadokwe, Dordrecht to Qumbu. Honorable members, as the Eastern Cape, our development priorities are aligned with the national vision of building a responsive, integrated, and opportunity-driven SMME ecosystem. Through our entity, the Eastern Cape Development Corporation, over 190 million in enterprise support has been dispersed this past financial year, primarily to women, youth, and rural-based enterprises. Furthermore, we are localizing the township and rural economy revitalization agenda by working with municipalities to designate enterprise zones that support informal traders, creative entrepreneurs, and agro-processors. In partnership with SIDFA, we are expanding incubation support in the fashion, aquaculture, automotive components, and tourism sectors. As Mama Albertina Sisulu once said, we must uplift our people, and we must do so with urgency, with unity, and with hope. Sihlala obekekileyo njengombuso weMpuma Koloni, siqinisekisa ukuba wonke ummi uyakwazi ukufikelela kwinkonzo zophuhliso loqoqosho. Inkqubo zethu ezifana nesiqalo Youth Fund that solely is responsible for young people, all those that are less than 35 years, kunye neenkxaso kwiinkampani zabasetyhini zixhasa ishishini kwiindawo ezikude nezisemaphandleni. Kulo nyaka mali ka-2025-2026 siya kusebenzisana njalo kuba siqhele ukusebenzisana nesebe likaMinister uNdabeni ukuqinisekisa ukuba bonke oosomashishini abancinci ababizwa zii-SMMEs ezasekuhlaleni ziyazuza kuzo zonke iinzame zokuxhasa amashishini. Siyabulela ngemali ebekiweyo kwinkqubo ezifana ne-Informal Micro Enterprises Development Program, i-Asset Assist kunye ne-Spaza Support Fund kuba amanyathelo ezinkqubo agxile ekutshintsheni ubomi babantu bethu. IsiXhosa ke sithi mhla ngaphambili, inkunzi isematholeni. In our context, Chairperson, sithi sifanele sityale imali kubantu abatsha abanetalente kwaye abanombono wokwakha ingomso ngoba ngabo abazawuma eli lizwe ngomso. House Chairperson, we are excited by the department's commitment to digital inclusion in rural areas. In the Eastern Cape, connectivity is not just about broadband, it is about bridging opportunity gaps. To complement this, we are establishing digital opportunity zones in partnership with private internet service providers and local TVET colleges. We are also supporting the training of 1,000 youth tech entrepreneurs across 5 districts, with a focus on mobile repairs, fintech services, and digital marketing for township brands. Honorable members, the success of this budget vote depends on execution, not intention. As provinces, we are not spectators, we are partners in the development journey. We therefore call that we strengthen intergovernmental collaboration in the implementation of the new business licensing policy as it affects all 3 spheres of government. Decentralized access to the youth and women entrepreneurship funds, especially for rural applicants. A harmonized MSME data dashboard to improve targeting and eliminate duplication across all 3 spheres of government. Siyalibulela elisebe nelikhokhelwa ngumphathiswa uNdabeni xa sibeka ngamazwi ommi waseMerika i-civil rights movement leader uMalcolm X uthi the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. So this department is preparing for the future as it is focusing on SMMEs who will become big businesses in future. Let this budget vote be a tool for preparation, for participation, and for prosperity. The Eastern Cape supports the budget vote. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. We cannot agree more with you that everyone is responsible for the implementation of the budget. The next speaker on the podium, not on the podium, is going to be on the visual platform, is Honorable Matibe, the MEC for Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism in Limpopo. For the next 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, House Chairman. Greetings to you and to the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Kenny Muimang, Honorable Permanent Delegates of the NCOP, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade, fellow MECs, Honorable Minister Ndabeni Abrams. Good day, Ndi Masiari. A healthy and thriving small business and industrial base remains the cornerstone of inclusive economic development. As a caring and developmental state, we are obligated to create enabling conditions to attract, retain, and grow small enterprise that respond meaningfully to the socio-economic priorities of our people. While Limpopo's economy remains anchored in mining, agriculture, and tourism, we are determined to support SMMEs, manufacturing, and service industry. We are implementing deliberate strategies to grow the capacity of township and rural businesses to ensure they participate meaningfully in the mainstream economy. One such intervention is Limpopo Township and Rural Business Support Program, informed by our Township and Rural Revitalization Strategy. This initiative promotes local economic development and facilitates equitable access to economic opportunities, especially for historically marginalized enterprise. However, most MSMEs, cooperatives, and informal business still operate in survivalist modes, challenges including limited compliance, poor access to infrastructure, gaps in business and technical skills. These constraints informed Limpopo's contribution to the National Policy Dialogue on Township and Rural Economy hosted in November District in October 2024. We are optimistic that the resulting policy framework will offer lasting solutions for grassroots economic development. As a show of confidence in our rural and township economic development endeavors, the Department of Small Business Development earlier this month's Entrepreneur Incubator Program at Sekhukhune TVET College to support the growth of enterprises, as well as handed over equipment to 178 beneficiaries of the National Department's Informal Micro Enterprise Development Programs. To support businesses with regulatory compliance, LEADET worked with municipalities and national regulators such as SARS, CPIC, CIDB, and others. As a result, we have got over 2,000 spaza shops that are now registered, 10,000 liquor licenses that are converted to Limpopo Liquor Act. 211 enterprises were supported through leader compliance program. We are also investing in skills development to align the sector's needs. Utilizing our Limpopo Economic Development Agencies, we are implementing QCTO accredited training programs covering both businesses and technical development. Currently, as we speak, 458 local enterprises were supported and 2,324 beneficiaries received business training. 653 beneficiaries received technical training. LEADET continues to drive rural and economic township industrialization through revitalizing leader industrial parks, improving infrastructure to boost manufacturing and unlock job creation. Incubation hubs within the parks, technical training centers are being developed in collaboration with the department and DTIC, enabling enhanced operational financial capacity for local enterprise. Key milestone is the forthcoming establishment of provincial trade test centers to provide affordable, accessible training for artisans and enterprise. Strengthening local government is also central to our mission. In partnership with Salga municipalities and the University of Johannesburg, our department runs the LED capacity building programs to empower municipal LED practitioners. To date, 282 practitioners have graduated and 44 are currently enrolled. Given the limitations of government resources, we are actively coordinating enterprise development institutions to unlock public-private collaboration, notably partnership with Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa, providing equipment mentorship to retail enterprise, Alan Gray Makers running an inter-college entrepreneurship program, NYDA, CETFA, and Institution of Higher Learning on outreach and capacity programs. Through collaboration with the department, outreach workshops have empowered 960 spaza shops owners with regulatory and funding information. Many were assisted to apply on site, and more campaigns are underway. We also support transformation through driving compliance with broad-based Economic Empowerment Act. Our department engages municipalities, state-owned entities to assess and enhance. A provincial BEE forum is being established to promote alignment between government SOEs and private sector on transformation priorities. The forum will also coordinate the rollout of the transformation funds once it starts operating. Honorable members, Limpopo has adopted industrialization as a developmental path to shift economic activities towards high productivity sector. Our strategic priorities include enhancing local participating in mining, developing provincial automotive master plan, green energy solutions, accelerating destination marketing to boost tourism, finalizing our provincial ICT strategy. We are also driving the implementation of Musina, Makado, and Fitahomo industrial parks. These projects are critical in attracting investment, boosting exports, creating jobs, sustaining long-term economic growth in the province. As I move towards conclusion, House Chairperson, Limpopo's approach to economic development is one of inclusive growth, partnership, and empowerment through targeted programs, regulatory support, industrial expansion, skills development. We are committed to transforming our economy and ensuring that no one is left behind, especially those in townships and rural communities. Limpopo supports the budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, for your input and articulating what is happening in Limpopo. I think the people of Limpopo are going to benefit a lot from what you have just said here. And then the next speaker is also going to be on the virtual platform, is Councillor DeForce from Salga. Okay. No, I'm looking at Honorable Masipa. She's from the Western Cape of Vutile, and I'm trying.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister for Small Business Development, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable MECs, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable House Chairpersons, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. In his 2025 State of the Nation address, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa once again underscored the centrality of small businesses in our national development agenda. He stated, and I quote, "Government is expanding our support for small and medium enterprises and for the informal economy, which sustains millions of jobs and livelihoods across our country." This reaffirmation builds on the consistent message he has delivered in previous years. In the 2023 SONA, the President declared that, I quote again, "Growth and the creation of jobs in our country will be driven by small and medium-sized enterprises, cooperatives, and informal businesses." Going further back to 2022, the President acknowledged that small businesses create the most jobs and provide the most opportunities for poor people to earn a living. Honorable Chairperson, what I'm highlighting here is a consistent thread that runs through every State of the Nation address, namely the strategic importance of small business development in driving inclusive economic growth, job creation, and poverty reduction. It is therefore our shared responsibility to ensure that these commitments are translated into tangible outcomes, especially at the core phase of service delivery, where local government operates. As SAGA, we recognize that local government has a pivotal role to play in increasing enabling environments for micro, small, and medium enterprises, cooperatives, and the informal economy to flourish. We stand ready to work with the Department of Small Business Development and other key stakeholders to ensure that the President's vision is not only supported in principle, but implemented in practice. SAGA wishes to commend the Honorable Minister and the Department of Small Business Development on the delivery of a forward-looking and transformative 2025-2026 budget, one that seeks to strike a balance between the challenges of today and the need for restorative justice. This budget underscores the centrality of micro, small, and medium enterprises in achieving inclusive economic development. SAGA further acknowledges and supports the department's emphasis on mainstreaming youth and women into the economy through entrepreneurship and welcomes the focus on township and rural economic revitalization as a cornerstone of South Africa's economic transformation agenda. The prioritization of access to finance simplified business registration, and integrated business development support is indeed a step in the right direction. Honorable Chairperson, we particularly welcome the merger of SIFA and SIDA into the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, SEDFA, which promises more streamlined and coordinated support to MSMEs. This realignment will go a long way in addressing duplication and inefficiencies in the enterprise support ecosystem. SAGA affirms its commitment to strengthening its collaboration with the department, particularly around red tape reduction, MSME development, and local procurement. These two levers are key to unlocking economic activity at local level. In this regard, we look forward to deepening our long-standing partnership with SEDFA through the local procurement training program, which entails capacitating both local economic development and supply chain management practitioners in municipalities to align procurement strategies with LED objectives. Additionally, SAGA supports the department's commitment to expanding business licensing reform. However, we believe greater attention is required in capacitating municipalities on the registration and compliance of spaza shops and other informal traders. Municipalities are at the coalface of enforcement, and without sufficient capacity and clarity, informal sector regulation will remain inconsistent. Honorable Chairperson, a critical area that requires urgent attention is the acute shortage of environmental health practitioners in district municipalities who play a vital role in monitoring food safety and enforcing environmental health standards. Their shortage poses a risk to public health, particularly in informal food establishments. SAGA proposes a joint program with the department to capacitate and resource municipalities in this area. The Department of Health have raised similar concerns in the past, and it is in our best interest to pull together our resources in addressing this pressing issue. We further welcome the rollout of 50 small business hubs across districts, as well as the informal micro enterprise development program and township and rural entrepreneurship program initiatives. SAGA also commends the department's pursuit in alternative credit scoring mechanisms and a movable asset registry to address the lack of collateral amongst MSME borrowers. We share the sentiment that the current risk assessment models used by financiers of audited financial statements, credit history, collaterals are not suitable for MSMEs, as they are mainly designed for big businesses. These policy shifts go a long way in ensuring access to finance for previously excluded entrepreneurs. In conclusion, SAGA remains a willing and capable partner in achieving the shared goal of inclusive economic growth through MSME development. We stand ready to support the department in cascading its programs to the local sphere and ensuring that no municipality is left behind. Working together, we can translate the vision of this budget into tangible economic outcomes. We commend the Honourable Minister and the Department for their leadership and steadfast commitment to supporting small businesses. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor DeForce, for your input. We cannot agree more with you that SAGA is a reliable partner in this House. Thank you. And the next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Duplessis from Gauteng Maboneng for the next 8 minutes.
Good day, Deputy Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister. It is wonderful to see that the future is in fact female and passionate. Members and fellow South Africans, Building the economy is not a zero-sum game, and there is no silver bullet or quick fix, especially in a developing economy. Inclusive economic growth depends on many consistent interventions over time. Every part of society and government plays a role in the creation of an environment for economic growth. This is not a new concept, and countries like Cambodia, after the destruction of the Khmer Rouge, implemented various inclusive and strategic interventions to grow the economy. And from a volatile and broken country, Cambodia has progressed steadily over the past 40 years to a country that is economically growing at 6.7% per year, even after COVID. One of the interventions was to ensure that small and medium enterprises have an environment to grow in, as this is shown to be a vital driver for economic growth in any developing country. Through the SME development framework, the government of Cambodia has been able to support budding entrepreneurs to access the market. By starting with a seemingly insignificant process of cutting the red tape of starting a business so that licensing and establishing of businesses doesn't need a greasing of a palm. It only needs the correct process to be followed. Training is relevant and supportive, and it focuses on the development of the individual within the local and international marketplace. And the training and development is implemented by people who want to see their country grow more than they want to see their own pockets lined with the money of tenders. The financial support offered by the government in Cambodia is supported by training and developing of small and medium businesses that show growth and a potential to have real return on investment. Many years ago, I heard the concept of skin in the game. It is based on the idea that when we play sport and we scrape our skin, we play harder to win. And this is the same in the entrepreneurial space. Those who have sacrificed and worked hard are more likely to push harder for success, harder for winning. And business and winning through business allows the whole of society to win. During and after COVID, there was real financial support for businesses in Cambodia, not just reported financial support that seemingly went to politically connected individuals. No government department in Cambodia paid 500 rand for a bottle of 50 milliliters of hand sanitizer, like they did in the city of Joburg during COVID, or 4 million rand on fogging an empty Joburg theatre. Money was spent on small and medium businesses that paid it forward and helped build the economy of Cambodia. There is also an open data website in Cambodia that allows every entrepreneur the ability to access information on how to establish a business, how to run a business, and how to be a player in the local and international market. How to play to win in business. There's nothing more that Cambodia did that South Africa is not reporting to have done. But our economic growth per year is struggling to hit 3%, let alone 6%. Policies like the township, rural, and informal business market development cover so many of these important interventions that have been internationally tried and tested. It is also reported that money has been spent, yet large parts of this budget has been spent on employees. In Gauteng, over 80% of the Economic Development Department's money goes to staff salaries in the department, which wouldn't be an issue if the economic growth in Gauteng was 6%. But it is not. It is just over 2%. And this is the situation seen in most provinces. Entities like SIFA and SIDA receive about 90% of the budget to work with provinces to grow local economies. But they have yet to report programs that truly and honestly show actual return on investment. Programs that have allowed SMMEs to be established, to be supported, and to grow the local and international marketplace, contributing to economic growth, contributing to the potential of a 6% economic growth. At every SONA over the past few years, the power of transformation through SMMEs is mentioned. There is usually mention of one or two small success stories, which is wonderful. Yet, we are at 3%. This means our businesses, our small businesses, are not growing. And in the 1990s, a well-known economist said, the engine of economic growth must be fueled by inclusivity and opportunity for all. Only a foolish society would accept the spread of poverty in exchange for growth. And we are not a foolish society. We can no longer accept the spread of poverty in exchange for growth. And society means every person in society and in government. We need to start speaking up bravely with proof when monies meant for the development of SMMEs get eaten by small and medium political elite. There are so many people in government from different backgrounds who are dedicated to seeing the engine of economic growth creating opportunities for all. However, they face the challenge of a network of individuals who care little for the empowerment of the nation and who only focus on the empowerment of their own bank accounts, hiding behind the narrative of political rhetoric. Through you, Honourable Deputy Chair, Honourable Minister, economic growth is not a zero-sum game. It is, however, a game based on honour through transparency and the real implementation of policies. And for this, every player on the field needs to step up and fight against the network of corruption. Small business needs support. It deserves support. And this budget has the potential to deliver. We look forward to seeing your passion ignite small businesses in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Du Plessis. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Dlangisa Notata from the Eastern Cape. Give Honorable Notata a chance to articulate her policies, please.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. There is this man next to me on my left who always say I must come back home. I don't know which home because I am at my home. Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable Chief Whip of the House, permanent delegates, MECs on the platform, SALCA representative, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you. It is my pleasure to stand here to debate Budget Vote 36 on small business development. Honorable House Chair, before saying anything, lest I forget, let me first say the ANC supports the budget vote as tabled here by the Minister. Micro, small, medium enterprises are a backbone of many economies in the world, and South Africa is no exception. Micro, small, medium enterprises play a vital role in driving development and creating opportunities for millions of people. It plays the central role in achieving the objectives of the NDP by fostering inclusive economic growth and improving livelihoods across all provinces. Honorable members, it is notable that in most countries, MSMEs constitute 60% of productive economy and is the major employer, while we recognize that here at home, while this sector is still growing, already it constitutes 40% of the productive economy. It is a major employer that develops the microeconomy and contributes significantly to the fiscus.
MSMEs are instrumental in boosting local economies, especially the underdeveloped rural provinces. If you compare with large cooperations, the difference it makes is far greater in this sphere because large cooperations are often concentrated in urban areas. It is a reality that no one can dispute that micro, small, medium enterprises operate in towns, villages, and peri-urban areas, bringing economic activity closer to the people. They stimulate provincial economies by creating markets for local goods and services, encouraging investment and keeping money circulating within local economies. This is much appreciated in this House, Honorable Minister, through you, Honorable House Chair, because it is the perspective of the National Council of Provinces to ensure that no province is left behind in the broader national development agenda. For instance, the ANC, the SMEs are the imperative component in our economic structure. In its January 8th statement in 2025, ANC has given directive to the state that we need to promote entrepreneurship and small business development to empower young people to create their own business opportunities and enterprises. Micro, small, medium enterprises are the largest employer in the private sector, contributing significantly to job creation in all 9 provinces. They promote opportunities for people who might otherwise be excluded from the formal economy, particularly in provinces with high unemployment rate, such as the Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and Northwest. For this House, this makes it a key partner in tackling unemployment and reducing interprovincial disparities in economic and employment levels. Honorable House Chair, for now, according to data, South Africa is home to approximately 3 million micro, small, medium enterprises. Gauteng, the Western Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal have total market share of 81% of these micro, small, medium enterprises. Lonto ke iti 2.43 million yazo yazo zise-Gauteng, Western Cape, naKwaZulu-Natal kuphela. Lukhulu ke uxanduva esisajongene nalo mphathiswa nosekela mphathiswa ne-department ukuze siqonde into okokuba yonke lento sidlulisele nakwamanye amaphondo amathandathu angakabalulwa apha. Micro, small, medium enterprises play vital role in all provinces. To an extent, all the 9 provinces have highlighted their importance and protection in their respective provincial budgets to implement policies for microeconomic development. In Gauteng, if I can make an example, the provincial budget policy highlights that the province firmly believes that addressing the concentrated monopoly structure of the economy requires a strong focus on developing small businesses with particular emphasis on township enterprises and cooperatives. To this end, the province made a dedication that it will extend both technical and financial assistance to small and medium agro-processing businesses while supporting the commercialization of agro-processors through targeted financial and technical interventions. Looking at the Free State's budget of 705 million targeted for the Department of Small Business Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, its provincial budget policy highlighting that it aims to work together with various stakeholders to create a financially responsible government that promotes business that contributes to the growth and prosperity of Free State. The province aims to produce a future in which business power prosper, new jobs are created, and service delivery improves. All this to be achieved through the waste management program, ecotourism, growth and development of Maluti Apofong Special Economic Zone, enterprise support program maintenance and resort and reserves. There is a lot planned by the province. Honorable members, I just wanted to share the commitment in provinces without necessarily mentioning all of them. The Banking Association of South Africa already estimates that micro, small, medium enterprises contribute around 91% of formal business in the country. They provide employment of approximately 60% of workforce and contribute 34% to South Africa's GDP. In rural and semi-urban areas, micro, small, medium enterprises serve as the primary drivers of economic activity by providing goods and services, creating jobs and generating income for local communities. Towards my conclusion, honorable members, I wish to emphasize the fact that we all need to support the growth of small business into medium and eventually macro enterprises because it is crucial for inclusive, balanced and sustainable development. Ayisincedisi eyokuma apha sikhombane ngeminwe because ekugqibeleni sonke sivotelwe ngabantu ukwenza utshintsho kubo. This is the path for local industrialization in the urban and rural sectors. Program 2, Sector Policy and Research, is central to promoting sustainable sector growth, facilitating market development, and improving access to local and international markets for micro, small, medium enterprises and cooperatives. For the NCOP, its significance lies in ensuring that these efforts translate into tangible economic benefits that are equitable, distributed across provinces. The work that has been done so far is commendable, Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister, and your department. And we wish to say, phambili ngomsebenzi omhle wokuncedisa ukulwisana nendlala. Niphuhlise ulutsha nabantu bakuthi abangathathi ntweni ukuze sibone kuhluma umnotho kwilizwe lethu. Okwesibini, the ANC supports the budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Notata, for your input and covering almost all the provinces about the footprint of the Department of Small Business. Before I call the next speaker who's on the visual platform, I also want to extend my word of gratitude as the chairperson of the council has done to the minister and the deputy minister, in particular on the issue of your consistent participation in the debate in this house. Your work is highly appreciated and is acknowledged here in this house. So the next speaker is going to be on the virtual platform is Honorable K. Makume, the MEC for Finance, Tourism and Economic Development in the Free State. Over to you, sir, for the next 10 minutes. Honorable Makume, are you okay? What is happening? Oh, I see the system is off here. Yeah? Okay. All right. Over to Honorable Makume for the next 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the Minister. What a wonderful budget speech, Minister, and Free State is truly supporting it. Honorable members,
MECs, and delegates of the NCOP. We are rising today as the Free State to express our full support for budget vote 36, small business development. This is more than a financial allocation. It is an investment in the hopes, capacity, and entrepreneurial spirit of millions of the Free Staters who seek not a handout, but an opportunity to work, to grow, and to contribute meaningfully to our Free State economy. Honorable members, we are all aware that micro, small, and medium enterprise contribute nearly 40% of the South African GDP and employ over 60% of the labor force in the private sector. These businesses are the foundation of the local economies, especially in rural areas, township, and informal settlements where formal sector opportunities remain scarce. But too often then, small business face structural barriers, limited access to finance, high regularity burdens, lack of infrastructure, and exclusion from the supply chains. This budget vote responds directly to those challenges. It is a vote of confidence in our people and a firm commitment to building an economy that works for all, not just for the few. Let us remember the words of Noble Muhammad Yunus, who once said, "Business is the engine of economic development. It is the most powerful tool. We have to create jobs, reduce poverty, and promote human dignity," close quote. These words ring true in our context. When we empower small businesses, we unleash that engine in every province, in every district, in every township in our area, and in every village or rural communities. This vote prioritizes the following: the strengthening SMME development frameworks, enhancing cooperative support systems, expanding access to finance, markets, and infrastructure, and promoting the formalization of informal enterprises. The budget also supports important national programs such as the Township and Rural Entrepreneur Program, the Informal Trader Upliftment Initiatives, the National SMME Database to improve targeting and delivery, and collaboration with the Department Finance or with the Development Finance institutions to expand funding reach. As a proud representative of the Free State, we wish to highlight how our provincial department has deliberately aligned its funding programs with the core objectives of the national budget. Through the Free State MSME Support Incentives Program, we are translating policy into practice, ensuring that national priorities such as inclusion, access to finances, and enterprise growth are tangibly realized at the provincial and local levels. Just weeks after the tabling of the provincial departmental budget, our Department of Economic, Small Business Development, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs launched a groundbreaking initiative, the Free State MSME Support Incentive Program online. This program gives a substance to what we debate today, and it is the living proof that budget allocations can drive real change when accompanied by a political will and administrative readiness and stakeholder engagement. Once more, Minister, we support your budget speech. The program is structured into 3 tiers of support. The Spaza Shop Support Incentives. This is an incentive that is aimed at helping informal businesses, particularly Spaza shops and tech shops, to grow, formalize, and become sustainable contributors of the local economy. The incentives assist with equipment training, business premises upgrades, and stock worthy of up to 100,000. We are allocating this amount to our deserving tech shops and formal traders or informal traders because we believe in their power to transform the township economy and the rural economy. These enterprises are not just places of daily trade. They are anchors of local economic activity. Through this allocation, we are ensuring that our people are able to reclaim control of the township economy, which has huge potential to alleviate poverty, foster dignity, and stimulate grassroots economic growth. The other category is the Small Enterprise Support Incentive. This funding incentive focuses on businesses that are in following sectors: the retail, agro-processing, aquaculture, the manufacturing, waste economy, the health, beauty, and digital services. We provide support to them up to the value of 250,000, tailored to specific needs and business plans. and we truly appreciate the support by the national department in this regard. And the last one is the medium enterprise expansion support that target growth-oriented enterprises ready for scale, support expansion funding of up to 1 million linked with the DFIs or commercial banks for core funding. And we are pleased to report that we are currently in the process of assessing all the applications received during the application window period. As a department, we are conducting due diligence to ensure that the right beneficiaries, those who meet the criteria and demonstrate clear business potential, receive the support they need to grow and create jobs. Chairperson, this program and the national budget behind it speaks directly to the inclusion and the priorities. Women entrepreneurs locked out of traditional financing, the youth entrepreneurs with ideas but no collateral, people with disabilities whose enterprises are often forgotten, and entrepreneurs in rural and township areas who lack access to infrastructure and markets. Investing in small business is not a social gesture, it's a smart economic strategy. When we empower MSME, we do the following. We create localized job opportunities, we stimulate household income, and in undeserved communities, diversify and decentralize economic activity beyond metro hubs, and improve resiliency against shocks like pandemics, energy crisis, and supply chain disruptions. Our department program is already stimulating interest and applications, entrepreneurs in the areas of Botshabelo, Sasolburg, Kwakwa, Virginia, and Velcom. These people are ready to build, grow, and hire. Honorable members, support must be matched with accountability. As legislators, we must, and all of us, we must ensure that these funds reach real entrepreneurs, not consultants or paper projects, that the disbursement is efficient, transparent, and inclusive, and that delivery partners are held to account for results. We encourage this House and this committee to work together closely with provincial legislatures to track progress, remove bottlenecks, and uplift successful models like the Free State example. In conclusion, Chairperson, Budget Vote 36 must not remain in this chamber. It must live in the streets of Tabanchu, in the farms of Lady Brand, the townships of Mangaung, the hills of Kwakwa, and the emerging industrial zones of Sasolburg. It is for that reason that as the Free State, we really and behindly support the project. The Free State has shown that it is possible when provincial leadership meets national priority. Let us replicate this across all 9 provinces. Let us be a vote for dignity, inclusion, and real opportunity. We support Budget Vote 36. Let us move from policy to practice, from debate to delivery. We thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, MEC Makume. Good afternoon, honourable members, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The next participant in the debate will represent the Western Cape, and that is the Honourable Masipa.
Honourable House Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, honourable members, and fellow South Africans at large. Program 3 of Vote 36 receives a 1.5 billion rands medium-term allocation for integrated cooperatives and micro-enterprise development, economic transformation initiatives, and value chain and market access support. These are on paper critical programs, honourable members, but they fail to deliver. They are ill-conceived, poorly coordinated, and disconnected from the realities of the private sector, especially commercial banks. If poorly designed, these programs could have, If properly designed, these programs could have been the perfect testing ground for blended finance models. It's common sense when government capital is matched with private capital and risk-sharing frameworks, small businesses stand a better chance at survival and growth. But what we have instead are isolated efforts rolled out in silos, lacking synergy with financier, development banks, and municipalities. The real tragedy, House Chairperson, lies in missed opportunities. This department should be the first to flag and fight against the systematic delays in paying small suppliers. It should be the loudest voice when municipalities choke entrepreneurs with red tape or ignore infrastructure backlog that stifle growth. It should be leading the charge for an ombudsman dedicated to defending small businesses from neglect and abuse within the state machinery. House Chairperson, I stand here not just as a public representative like yourself, but a former banker, someone who in the early 2000s stayed up past midnight working on funding models and post-lending support for small and Black-owned businesses. I lived that reality. I sought solutions until corruption started creeping in, until our names as bankers were misused to justify state funds being siphoned away from the poor and from genuine enterprises. This weekend's City Press headline tells the story. I quote, 240 million spent, no road laid, close quote. Beyond the wastage and corruption, this is an economic crime. Roads are not just vanity projects. They are arteries of economic life. Imagine that 240 million used to fund 214 small businesses. Imagine the jobs, the dignity, the growth. Corruption doesn't just steal money, it strangles opportunities. The Department of Small Business Development was formed 11 years ago to accelerate small business support and create jobs. Minister, through you, Chair, I'm afraid your job is cut out. But let's place that in context. Between 2008 and 2014, unemployment rose from 4.3 million to 5.1 million. That's before Department of Small Business Development was even formed. And since its establishment, our unemployment rate has worsened from 25.1% to 32.9% in 2025. We now have the highest unemployment rate among Africa's top economies. So while the Department of Small Business and Development was created with noble intentions supporting entrepreneurship, expanding small business enterprises, and enabling market access, the results tell a different story. The National Small Enterprise Act of 1996 gave us the National Small Business Council and NCOP. These were later merged under the DTI into SEDA in 2004. But even with SEDA's work and the Department of Small Business Development's formation in 2014, too little has changed for the majority of small business owners. Recently, Minister visited Elsis Rafir to hand out equipment to a handful of entrepreneurs in Cape Town. We do not oppose this act of support, Minister, but let's be honest, this is not a scalable model. Handing out equipment cannot replace a functioning ecosystem. Where is the real work of the department? Where is the minister when we talk about red tape reduction, extortion of small businesses, failing municipal support, township economic growth, dysfunctional local infrastructure, the broken funding model for startups, struggling emerging farmers, the inability of national departments to influence laws that restrict growth of small businesses? In short, where are the strategic interventions that unlocks economic activities at scale? House Chair, allow me to tell a story you all have seen. Honorable Magume, I must also say that there is no Free State example to follow. Just last week, the National Assembly's COCTA Oversight Committee uncovered another tale of horror. A municipality in the Free State paid 60 million rands in bonuses while their streets ran with sewage, small businesses collapsed from poor infrastructure, and residents remain unemployed. We commend National Minister McPherson from the Democratic Alliance for suspending EPWP funding to the Machabeng municipality and call for a full investigation and prosecution of the corrupt cadre of the ANC responsible in the Free State. Once the NPA has concluded its work there, it must urgently turn its attention to the local government of unity in Banyaland, Gauteng, where cadres from the EFF, Patriotic Alliance, ANC, and Action SA must be investigated and held accountable. If necessary for the collapse of service delivery, Gauteng, once a thriving province, is now plagued with sewage spills, dry taps, and non-functioning traffic lights. These are basic requirements for any business environment to succeed. Without them, economic growth is impossible. Now, Honorable Modisa, contrast that disaster with the shining example of the Western Cape. Here we do things differently. Our focus is not on looting, but beefing on law enforcement and service delivery. While extortionists threaten our township entrepreneurs, we do not pocket the public purse. We roll out targeted law enforcement initiatives like the LEAP program, and we invest in public infrastructure, broadband access, and safety. We don't, Honorable House Chair, just talk about township economy, we support them. Whether it's Jobs Connect to link job seekers with employers, Biz Connect to equip small businesses with resources, or direct support to entrepreneurs in Kailicha, Langa, Guguletu, Crossroad, Philippi, Mitchell's Plain, Paarl, the Western Cape walks the talks. Even when facing sabotage and limited funding from national government, we do more with less. Because good governance isn't about slogans, it's about service. Yes, our rural parts need stronger internet infrastructure like satellite internet services. Yes, we are calling again for better national support to scale our business processing outsourcing footprint in the rural parts of the country like the Central Karoo. Here in the Western Cape, we are a proof that where there is a political will, there is a way. In conclusion, House Chair, the dream of inclusive economy cannot be built on photo opportunities, handouts, or recycled strategies. It requires bold reforms, accountable leadership, and a government that is relentlessly focused on outcomes and not optics. What South Africa needs is not just Department of Small Business, but an ease of doing business directorate that cuts across all departments, dismantles red tape, addresses infrastructure backlogs, ensures timely payments, and champions the daily realities of small business owners from rural farms to township spaza shop. And I'm glad that Honorable Pinar did cite the review of 28 legislation to ease doing business, but it must go beyond that. It must go towards, obviously, addressing the departments that are not paying the small businesses in time. The Western Cape shines because here we choose service over slogans, delivery over delays, dignity over decay. Let this be the model for the rest of South Africa, Minister. Let the rest of the country follow. Minister, we support your budget and we will hold you accountable to deliver on what you promise this House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Masipa. Thank you indeed. Honourable members, the next debater at the podium will be the Honourable Farmer.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Ministers and Deputy Minister, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour. Allow me to share my sincere condolences with my party, the Patriotic Alliance, in the untimely loss of Patriot Jonas White, former mayor of Cedarburg Municipality, who passed away yesterday by means of heart attack. May his dear soul rest in forever peace. Today, I rise proudly on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to support Budget Vote 36, because we know that if we truly want to fix unemployment, fight poverty, and build generational wealth in this country, we must build and protect small businesses first. Chairperson, small businesses are not small in impact. They are the lifeblood of our communities, the engines of our local economies, and the hope of every young hustler who wants to make a living with dignity, not dependency. Honourable members, it is easy to stand here and say we support small business, but on the ground our people face an uphill battle every single day. 1, spaza shops struggling under unfair competition from big supermarkets. 2, township entrepreneurs blocked by endless red tape. 3, small farmers waiting forever for funding that never comes. 4, youth with ideas but no access to affordable loans or skill support. Chairperson, this budget vote must do more than talk. It must unlock real support, especially for those left behind by the old economy. The Patriotic Alliance believes that true economic freedom is when every South African with an idea can turn it into an income, without needing a political connection or expensive consultants to do it. So what must this budget deliver? 1, cut the red tape. Small businesses cannot be buried under mountains of forms, permits, and hidden costs. If a young woman wants to open a hair salon, a spaza shop, or a backyard bakery, government must be the bridge, not the barrier. One-stop business help centers must work, not just exist on paper. 2, get the money moving. Too many funding schemes sound good in Parliament but disappear in practice. This budget must make it easier for small businesses to access affordable microloans, startup grants, and supplier development programs without middlemen stealing from them along the way. 3, skills and markets matter. It is not enough to hand out money. Small business owners need real support, training in bookkeeping, digital marketing, product development, and how to break into bigger supply chains. The Patriotic Alliance says this budget must make local procurement a reality, not a slogan. 4, keep it clean. Chairperson, our people have seen enough of fake SMME empowerment that only empowers connected elites. We expect this department to clamp down hard on corruption and fraud. Every cent must reach the real entrepreneurs on the ground. Honorable members, when we empower small business, we fight poverty, we grow jobs, and we build families that stand on their own feet, not in grant queues. That is why the PA supports this budget vote. Because we know a spaza shop can pay for a child's school fees. A street vendor can build a brick house. A backyard mechanic can employ the next young apprentice. This is how we build a nation of owners, not beggars. Honorable Chairperson, let us cut the excuses and open the opportunities. Let us build the real people's economy, street by street, stall by stall, business by business. We support this budget vote 36 because small businesses build big futures. Salute.
Thank you, Honourable Farmer. Honourable members, on behalf of the department now, it'll be the Deputy Minister of Small Business Development, the Honourable Sithole, to continue the debate. Honourable Sithole has 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Chairperson, honourable members of the NCOP, Chairperson of the NCOP Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade, Minister of the Small Business Development, Director General and Senior Managers of the Department of Small Business Development, entrepreneurs present here today, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to stand before you today and take part in this budget debate as we reflect on the journey of economic transformation through medium, small, and micro enterprises. The Government of National Unity is hard at work, united in purpose, unwavering in our commitment to building an inclusive and prosperous economy. At the center of this effort lies our responsibility to create an environment where small businesses do not only just exist, but are truly supported and empowered to thrive. Our small business sector holds immense potential to drive job creation, reduce poverty, and spark innovation across every corner of our country. But this potential is being choked by an over-regulated system that continues to entrench inequality, hinder entrepreneurship, and stall meaningful economic growth. As a department, we are placing regulatory reform at the center and at the top of our agenda. We're committed to overseeing transversal support across the entire small business ecosystem to make it easier, not harder, for entrepreneurs to succeed. This time is not on our side. Every procedural bottleneck is a barrier to someone's dream, and every restrictive law we fail to repeal is a direct blow to our shared economic future. According to Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, South Africa ranks 47 out of 49 economies, placing it near the bottom among peers in terms of policy, support, culture, and infrastructure. South Africa also has the highest discontinuance rates, which means that businesses are shutting their doors, making it the third worst in the world. Honourable members, the reality is that it is harder for small business to survive beyond early years. Hence, although the department has been in existence for more than 10 years now, you will notice that we are unable to showcase businesses that we supported 5, 6, 7, 8
made 10 years ago. We bring the ones that we supported either 2023, 24, or just recently. Because majority of the businesses that we support at our early days did not survive. We are unable to tell how many jobs we've created since our existence of more than 10 years. Honorable members, despite rising entrepreneurial motivation amongst our youth, corruption consistently weaken the entrepreneurial environment. No one in this house can deny or question the need for redress. However, policies that force race-based compliance have already failed, and they have increased business failures too, and have produced the highest unemployment rate amongst the youth in the world. Our policies must focus on enabling and not punishing economic participation and expansion. Our policies must give a fair chance to those in need to participate meaningfully in our economy. By fostering exclusion instead of inclusion, we are not erring on the side of economic justice. We are fostering economic gatekeeping. We, the lawmakers of this country, have a duty to build a truly inclusive ecosystem, one that enables all South Africans to rise, not by lowering others, but by lifting everyone in need. We stand at a crossroad. We can continue to go down a path of polarization and exclusion, fighting over crumbs while the economy is shrinking, or we can forge a new consensus, one that affirms redress without racial punishment. If we want a South Africa where small businesses grow, where jobs are created, where dignity is restored, then we must stop legislating division and start governing to unite South Africans. We must build an ecosystem where transformation and fairness walk hand in hand. Our entrepreneurs, our township traders, informal vendors, and young innovators are being crushed by endless regulation and corrupt officials. Honorable members, red tape is not just an inefficiency. It is state-sanctioned sabotage. Let me be clear. Some laws were designed with the intention to empower. But for many years, small businesses, especially micro enterprises and startups, these laws have become a barrier, not a bridge. These laws have given rise to racial fronting, which has corrupted the spirit of entrepreneurship. Compliance burdens are driving many informal and township businesses further into the shadows. This is not transformation. Building a future that includes everyone means that, I've said this before, if we are serious about job creation, if we're serious about economic growth, and we are serious about healing this country, then we must build an economy that allows all small businesses to thrive based on fairness, merit, and opportunity. The day that we begin to meet small businesses where they are, not where cameras are, maybe, just maybe, we may start to make real progress. You see, honorable members, we can sugarcoat reality, but South Africans are watching. When mediocre is elevated to virtue, the results are visible. In conclusion, honorable members, we are here today fully cognizant of the central role that provinces and local government play in driving socio-economic development, particularly through the engine of small businesses. Let us be bold to remove all regulations that impede small businesses' growth. Let us be committed enough to reform systems that exclude. Let us be visionary enough to build a small business ecosystem that works for many, not only for a connected few. The Constitution of the Republic, as founded in 1996, the founding principles of it, it's non-racialism, equality, and human dignity. Let us move forward together, not in denial of our past, but in pursuit of a future where inclusion means everyone. I mean everyone. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honourable delegates, the next speaker at the podium will be the Honourable Peter, who has 5 minutes. Honourable Peter.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let me greet the Honourable Minister and the Deputy Minister and the members of this House. Let me thank Honourable Paternoster. Today, the GNU is united. by supporting this budget. So I thank you, Honorable Budget. Yeah, thank you so much. At least now the progressive forces, they can see now are only one bone, not two bones. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, the United Democratic Movement rises today with anger and frustration at the continued failure of the Department of Small Business Development to transform the economy for disadvantaged South Africans. 30 years into democracy, the majority of our people, especially in rural provinces like Eastern Cape, remain trapped in poverty, excluded from meaningful economic participation, and abandoned by the very government that claims to represent them. Minister Omhle, you are a daughter of the Eastern Cape. You know these struggles. You have seen the poverty in Libode. You have seen the joblessness in Umtata. You have seen the desperation in Lusikisiki, and you have seen the hopelessness of our youth in small rural towns. Honorable Chair, in the Eastern Cape, youth unemployment is a ticking time bomb. Rural youth are not asking for charity. They are asking for opportunity to build. They are asking for opportunity to innovate. They are asking the opportunity to contribute to the economy. But this department has nothing to show, Minister. It started the race with all disadvantaged entrepreneurs and then abandoned them halfway. The result is that small business in rural areas collapse because there is no infrastructure, no proper financing, no access to markets, and no government intended to build a real ecosystem of growth. The spaza shops industry is the clearest example of this betrayal. For decades, spaza shops were the backbone of townships and rural economies. They were the disadvantaged families survived and built a better life. Today, that industry has been completely taken over by foreign nationals. This is not because of our people cannot run businesses. It is because the government failed to protect and support them. Minister Omhle, the Eastern Cape is bleeding. Our youth are unemployed and hopelessness. Our rural economy are dying. Your department holds the tools to change this. Mphathiswa Omhle, i-economy ye-township imkile ezandleni zethu. Now uyayibona loo nto. Okwesibini, Mphathiswa, le DDM models masiyisebenzise ukuze sazi ukuba bangaphi oosomashishini abaqanduselwe sithi singurhulumente. I-UDM icela sibe nee-seminars kwiphondo leMpuma Kapa sizoba nembizo sithethe noosomashishini bethu sizokwazi ubazi bangaphi sibaphuhlisileyo. Xa zingekho ii-seminars siza kubazela phi abanobhizinesi sithi sifuna ukubaxhasa. Le budget ityebe intle kangaka abayibone grounding, Minister. Siyayikhumsha apha eParlamente. Abayiva phaa ezilalini. Okokugqibela xa andizawugqibelisa. Masitshintshe igiya, Minister, ngoba ukuba igiya asizokuyitshintsha sizawuchaneka, Minister. Asikwazi ukuba noqoqosho olululo oosomashishini abasakhulayo sibashiya ngasemva ngakumbi aba bakhulayo. Urhulumente wethu asikwazi ukuzingca sithi nanga amashishini esiwakhulisileyo. Masime ke, Minister, si-UDM sima nawe sikuxhasa sisithi siza kuxhasa xa ucingile sikrweqe ukuze lo msebenzi siwenze sonke. Enkosi, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Peter. Honourable members, after a good run in the House, we now zoom into the Northwest, where Honourable Nkopane is the MEC for Economic Development, Conservation, Environment and Tourism. And Honourable Nkopane will be addressing us for 10 minutes. MEC, I can see your microphone open. You are welcome to begin.
Thank you, Chairperson. Whilst I'm still struggling with the device, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Deputy Chairperson, members of the NCOP, Honorable members of the National Assembly present, members of the legislatures, distinguished guests, Bagai Shurimelang. Our Chairperson, we gather here today mindful of the difficult journey our country has undertaken since the advent of our hard-won democracy. Through the storms of economic uncertainty and the structural inequalities, the resilience of our people and the steady hand of our democratic government have held firm. As we reflect on these challenges, let us recommit ourselves with the renewed energy and unity to defending and advancing our democratic gains. Honorable Chairperson, the SMMEs are the livelihood of our economy. They are the engine rooms of job creation, innovation, and the localized economic development. Yet, if we are to build an inclusive and dynamic economy, we must be honest about the structural barriers that continue to exclude large sections of our society, particularly women, youth, and rural communities from meaningful participation in this critical sector. Our Chairperson, the Northwest Provincial Government has made decisive investments in the current financial year through the Department of Economic Development, Environment, Conservation and Tourism. We have allocated 15 million towards supporting informal traders, the general dealers and small businesses requiring turnaround interventions. These funds are not just handouts. They are lifelines that enable our most vulnerables to survive, to formalize, and to thrive. We have also set aside an additional 15 million for the Empowerment Fund, which provides seed capital to entrepreneurs with a dedicated focus on women and youth-owned enterprises. To amplify our impact, we have forged strategic partnership with institutions like your ABSA, African Bank, Coca-Cola, UNISA, NEF, CEDFA, ORICRET, to unlock additional funding and bridging finances. Honorable Chairperson, one of the recurring challenges raised during our stakeholder consultations as a province was the limited access to departmental services, often due to travel cost, lack of digital literacy, or difficulty in navigating the online applications. Embracing digital transformation as a tool to democratize economic participation and remove the red tape through the online application for funding with real-time tracking, simplified business licensing and permitting processes, a consolidated SMME database to enable targeted support, a QR code-driven marketing system to increase visibility for township and rural enterprise. We are also reviving and expanding one-stop shop center in all districts to provide the walk-in access to registration, compliance, and funding advisory services. This forms part of our province response to the national call to grow the tax shop economy as one of the qualifying conditions for access to this budget fund as set by the Minister. As the Northwest, we have seized the momentum created by the South Africa on hosting the G20 working groups. Leveraging this platform, we are accelerating digital transformation as a driver of inclusive trade and enterprise growth. We are proud to announce that the Premier of this province on the 31st will be launching the Northwest Growth Hub at the OR Tambo International Airport. This office or point will serve as a digital gateway where the Northwest-based SMMEs, particularly those who are from rural and township, will access the wider market, will promote their local products, and will boost exports using digital platform. We also appreciate and commend the ongoing support from this Department of Small Business and Development. The department's invested close to 70 million in our province in the previous financial year, and it had really transformed and reached hundreds of small enterprises and contributed meaningfully to the economic resilience, especially in the post-pandemic recovery. The department's work from funding support to business development services has reinforced the confidence of our entrepreneurs and the public institutions alike. Honorable Chairperson, we acknowledge that many township entrepreneurs did not understand the online application processes, not because of incapability, but because we have not invested enough in the digital literacy. That is why, as the Northwest Province, we are intensifying skills development, training, and awareness campaigns, compliance processes. As a province, we are placing skills development at the center of our empowerment strategy. In the coming months, Honorable Chairperson will be launching a battalion of over 600 women and young people who will be deployed across the corners of this province, and their task will be to mobilize, educate, and support informal businesses, ensuring they understand compliance requirements, benefit from the available government and private sector programs, and are integrated into the formal economy. We welcome this budget vote, and we are ready to receive as tabled by the Minister. In support of the youth participation in the enterprise development, we launched the Innovation, Incubation, and Youth Entrepreneurship Program in partnership with the University of the Northwest. This innovation hub is with operational campuses in Mahikeng and Potchefstroom. The hub is more than a center for ideas. It is a collaborative platform that enables government, academia, and private sector partners to co-create solutions to the pressing challenges of today, from the youth unemployment and access to market to digital readiness and technological disruptions. Honorable Chairperson, crucially, the majority of students at the Northwest University come from communities experiencing tripartite challenges: lack of infrastructure and limited exposure to entrepreneurial ecosystems. This innovation hub launched by the Northwest is a response to this by providing access to mentorship, training, pitching platforms, incubation services, and market access, ensuring that the bright ideas are not lost due to financial hardship or lack of opportunity. This initiative is responding directly to the budget as presented by the Minister. It calls to place the youth at the center of the economic development. By hosting pitching competitions, providing mentorship, training, and access to market, we are preparing our young entrepreneurs for the fourth industrial revolution. Honorable Chairperson, we are also advancing the inter-provincial economic collaboration through the engagements that we had with the MEC of the Economic Development in Gauteng, Honorable Lebogang Maile, my comrade and colleague. At the center of these discussions is the revitalization of our industrial park, the sustainable investment strategies, and the overcoming systemic constraints, particularly high public sector debts that delay service delivery in these parks. This engagement seeks to accommodate the plans as presented by the Minister. We are ready to collaborate and receive in the interest of our people. Honorable Chairperson, we are also introducing compliance boards focusing on consumer protection and business licensing. These boards are not regulatory for the sake of regulation, but they are designed to empower entrepreneurs, enhance cooperation between municipalities and provincial structures, and make economic participation more accessible and compliant with relevant legislation. We have raised the bar in strengthening intergovernmental collaboration, particularly with municipalities. Our efforts to protect the public health We are implementing more stringent environmental, health, and food safety measures, especially in response to the rising risk of foodborne. Honorable
On that note,
Chairperson,
MEC, I'm afraid your time has expired.
we support this budget vote as presented by the Honorable Minister, and we do not doubt that she will deliver. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable delegates, that delivery marks the last Zoom participation in our long debating cycle in this budget cycle. So all of the MECs and members and the SALGA representatives that have done so well on Zoom, we thank you for your participation. Honourable members, we are going on constituency period, and I do urge you to take the learnings that we've had here in the House back to the legislatures where you serve, where you were appointed from, and just conscientize your colleagues there about our rules and the expectations that we have for members participating on the virtual platform, so that Minister Mantashe doesn't give me any more lectures. Honourable members, I would like to just go to a matter that is outstanding. And honourable delegates, during the policy debate on Budget Vote 28, Police, whilst the Honourable Godsell was debating, the Honourable Farmer rose on a point of order, stating that, and I quote, "The Honourable Member is naming me by telling a lie that I objected to a motion that was never tabled," end quote. I undertook to consult the relevant Hansard and revert to the House with a considered ruling. And honourable delegates, after having consulted the Hansard, the Honourable Godsell is recorded as having said the following. He said, "Perhaps that's why on 27th of May, Honourable Farmer objected to a simple DA motion expressing sympathy for families shattered by gang violence on the Cape Flats. Chilling but revealing." End of quotes. So the question, honourable delegates, is whether Honourable Godsell in fact made the statement, and if he did, a further question is whether the honourable member was deliberately misleading the House by alleging such, which is in contravention of Rule 61(1)(b). Rule 61(1)(b) states that no delegate may deliberately make a statement which the delegate knows to be false. Honourable Farmer denies having objected to the motion in question, and according to him, the Honourable Godsell was misleading the House in contravention of that rule, Rule 61(1)(b). Rule 61(1)(b) requires that a delegate should have acted deliberately, and therefore that the delegate had the intention to mislead the House. While it is difficult to prove the element of intention, we have regard to the context within which the statement was made to ascertain the intention. Further, that the delegate should have known that the statement is false. Absent of these elements, the delegate cannot be said to have contravened Rule 61(1)(b). Honourable delegates, you are all aware that whilst members have freedom of speech in this House and in its committees, that right is curtailed by the rules. Further, any member is at liberty to raise a point of order in terms of the rules when the member is of the opinion that another member is in contravention of our rules. If such a dispute, as the one between Honourable Farmer and Honourable Godsell arises, it is the duty of the presiding officer to rule on the dispute. In coming to a ruling, we, as presiding officers, consider and have regard to a number of factors. In this instance, I had regard to the records of the House sitting of 27th of May 2025, both the Hansard transcript and the YouTube recording, to establish whether the Honourable Farmer indeed objected to the motion moved by Honourable Godsell. As it is not clear from the records as to who in fact objected to the motion moved by Honourable Godsell on the day. The records are therefore inconclusive. Given the above, I am therefore unable to find that it was the Honourable Farmer who objected to the motion as stated by Honourable Godsell, but I am also not able to confirm that it was not Honourable Farmer. I am equally unable to conclude that the Honourable Godsell misled the House when he alleged that it was Honourable Farmer who objected to the motion. Honourable members, while that is the official ruling, I do urge the members involved to go and watch the recording themselves, looking at the body language. As I say, the evidence is inconclusive, but look at the body language and your own behaviour on the day, and I think you'll be able to draw conclusions from there. Honourable members, we continue with the debate on the day. The next speaker at the podium will be the Honourable Kennedy from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Honourable Kennedy.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member of this House, fellow South African. Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to first congratulate the EFF on hosting a very successful 12th-year anniversary rally over the weekend at Khayelitsha Rugby Stadium, one of its kind that no political party has done before. The celebration were hosted inside a state-of-the-art dome structure, which was specially constructed at Khayelitsha Rugby Stadium to mark this important occasion.
In the city of
the dome, which accommodated about 10,000 attendees, stood as a visual and symbolic reminder of organizational discipline, capacity, and innovation of the EFF. And beyond the dome, thousands more overflowed the stadium precincts, eager to be part of this revolutionary gathering. The celebration carried a powerful message, Chairperson, that this South Africa remains trapped in the grips of crime, unemployment, corruption, and inequality. Now, on the business of the day, Chairperson,
finally,
the EFF rejects the budget for small business development. As the EFF, listen to this. As the EFF, we have stood on many platforms before and made it very clear that there is no need for this Department of Small Business, as there is no basis to separate small businesses from trade and industry. We reject this budget as it fails to effectively support the needs for small businesses, as it is more of a patronage system for the ruling party, with funds allocated to intermediaries and middlemen rather than directly benefiting small businesses. South Africa has a notably high failure rate for small businesses, with estimates suggesting that 70 to 80% of small businesses fail within the first 5 years, compared to other developing nations. The previous year of 2024-25 statistics shows the same trend statistics percentage of 70 to 80% failure rate. Approximately 20% of new small businesses fail within their first year. We therefore reject this budget as it fails to address the fundamental needs of small business owners by Black South Africans and does not adequately support their growth and integration into mainstream economy. Many small businesses lack access to crucial infrastructure, including bulk supply chains market, both locally and internationally. And the department efforts to link small businesses to international markets events is inadequate and lacks a strategic approach. This department also faces challenges in effectively reducing red tape for small businesses, despite the red tape being a key objective in their strategic plans. And whilst the department has implemented initiatives like the e-registration system and amendments to the Companies Act to streamline processes, persistent issues and a lack of significant progress have been noted. Red tape reduction has not progressed as the rollout of one-stop shops becomes slow and impacts overall performance. delays in funding approvals and disbursement, as well as administrative inefficiencies, have hindered the department's ability to support businesses effectively and seem to be a perpetual problem as it continues year in and year out. We are also concerned by how the Companies Amendment Act introduced a red tape in broad daylight where companies are expected to pay annual returns to CIPC or have their companies deregistered irrespective of whether a company has tried or not. Minister, this red tape is affecting MSMEs, and we wonder why they are not eliminated. Minister, another red tape is just happening under your watchful eye. It's the invasion of township by ShopRite and many other big retailers where they are moving into township and villages to operate from. This will definitely undermine your efforts of bringing our local South Africans to run spaza shops, as clearly they will not be able to compete against these big established shops. We also reject this budget as it does not do enough to address systematic inequalities and will fail to meaningfully empower Black-owned small business, whether you make noise or not. Listen, current programs like contractor development initiatives are not delivering meaningful results and are trapping Black businesses in a cycle of limited growth. The EFF therefore advocates, that is why it advocates for policies that go beyond incremental change and actively dismantle existing power structures that limit Black economic participation. That could include measures to ensure Black businesses are integrated into value chains as co-owners, not just subcontractors. We have seen how Spaza department failed with their programs on supporting Spaza shops. There was a call for Spaza shop to register, and all unregistered Spaza shops will cease to operate, and nothing has changed until now. Our people still buying mostly expired items from some foreign Spaza shops owners. There was no targeted registration per village or per street, with many townships and villages not even having registered a single Spaza shop. An amount of 500 million was announced as Spaza shop support fund, and thus we do not have any report on how these funds are utilized or when will these funds be released, or even how will other areas benefit where no one has registered a Spaza shop. It must be noted that this Spaza shop fund was maybe announced to create an impression that there is something done in supporting our South Africans to run Spaza shops, with no one going to benefit from them, like many other programs of the department that are failing due to lack of funds. Chairperson, we want to welcome the blended funding approach by the Department for Spaza Shop program and want to know what informed this approach as it is a good approach of funding considering the challenges that MSMEs are confronted with, and yet the same department is still implementing other programs on a full loan and not this blended approach. Many small businesses are struggling to pay their loans due to many challenges that the department should be aware of, and is still concerning that until now, there is no appreciation from the department to renew its lending criteria and include the blended financing route. We are calling for department to be deliberate and serious about putting our local communities to run and operate spaza shops and create a conducive environment for our small businesses to grow. We are further calling for the department to build internal capacity and gradually remove intermediaries without disrupting the system from implementing departmental programs, as this programmer of intermediaries point to one thing, that there is an issue of capacity in the department that is then breached by the introduction of intermediaries to implement department programs. Chairperson, small businesses are the backbone of any economic growth. If this country could actively push for more support on those who are doing small businesses, this could greatly reduce the unemployment rate in this country. Unfortunately, the GNU government does not heed the advice of the EFF, as it simply uses the budget allocated for enriching their corrupt ruling party comrades. That is why we reject this budget. Thank you, Chairperson.
But that was a brilliant speech. Thank you, Honourable Kennedy. Next debater at the podium is the Honourable Brits. Honourable Brits, 6 minutes.
Yeah. Now we must listen to another DA speech.
Honourable House Chair, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honourable members and fellow South Africans, good afternoon. My contribution today in this debate comes from personal experience in the business sector. Both my wife and I have successfully run our own businesses for many decades, and my knowledge on the topic of small businesses is not founded on political ideas, philosophies, or academic theory. It comes from decades of practical experience and tough decisions that we had to make through difficult times and prosperous economic times. Honourable House Chair, to run a profitable business in South Africa is not easy. More businesses fail than those that start up and make a success out of it. During 2024 alone, 1,551 closed corporations and companies closed down due to liquidation, and approximately 91,000 people lost their jobs. This statistic does not include sole proprietors and privately owned businesses that have closed their doors. The sad result is that countless jobs in the informal sector also were affected. In the volatile landscape of entrepreneurship in South Africa, small and medium-sized enterprises are the lifeblood of economic growth, job creation, and innovation. And we need a fast-growing economy which will create jobs and create new employment opportunities. Small and medium businesses are the way through which this goal can be achieved. Honourable Minister, our guests in the gallery will agree. To start up a business in South Africa requires more than just a good idea, an exciting dream, or reasonable business models. Finance is needed. But when an entrepreneur lands their first finance deal, the excitement starts to fade. They enter a world of legalese, terms, conditions, collateral requirements, default clauses, and punitive costs. And you have not even made 1 single cent profit yet. By the time you rented premises or offices, you've bought the equipment needed, you started advertising your services or your goods, you need to hire staff. And then enters more monsters of the South African restrictive laws and regulations in your once exciting dreams. Suddenly you realize you must comply with over 100 government regulations. Your working capital dries up and you stand on the brink of closure despite having secured finance. And still, Minister, you have not made 1 single cent profit. Your exciting dreams of running your own business quickly becomes your nightmare. For those businesses lucky enough to make it, they are faced with even more trouble from government side once they want to employ employee number 50, because then all of a sudden they are described as big business and they are faced with even more restrictive government laws and regulations. And as what has been said before, we stand at a crossroads. Small business generates 60% of our jobs and represent the single greatest hope for the 25 million South Africans currently excluded from our economy. They remain outsiders in our own country. The DA's Startup Nation Plan, which transforms the small business ecosystem, is tested and practical blueprint. That is why there is only one province where the unemployment is 10% less than the national average. And that is through the SME Growth Accelerator, targeted business training, and mentor programs. Honourable Minister, we agree with you. Rural and township economies need to be revived urgently, but regulatory compliance is killing small businesses. South Africa deserves a government that believes in its people more than it believes in its own red tape, paperwork, and promises. Now is the time and the space for courage. We need one-stop shops, digital platforms, business starter toolkits, and the elimination of restrictive regulations. We need access to funding for all, Minister, not only for the elite or the political connected. The MK is confused today. Last week you voted in favor of this budget and today you say you reject it. Was that a mistake or are you making a mistake today? I don't know. But Honourable Deputy Minister Sithole, you clearly understand the challenges faced to open and run SMMEs and articulate the problems correctly. Honourable Minister, let this budget translate into a realization of all the plans and programs that you have announced. Let us say to South Africans, your small business matter, your future matter, and you matter. I thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you very much, Honourable Brits. Yes. Honourable members, we now move on, and it's the turn of the Honourable Mabilo. 15 minutes at the podium.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, Honourable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and the members, all on the platform and the community at large. Dumela. Our country continues to grapple with the socio-economic challenges, such as poverty, inequality, unemployment, and historic economic exclusion. Micro, small, and medium enterprises remain a vital engine of mitigating these socio-economic issues, as well as advancing transformation in various sectors through inclusive economic development. The National Council of Provinces, with its constitutional mandate to ensure that provincial interests are represented in the national sphere of government, plays a critical role in shaping, overseeing, and enabling policy frameworks that support the MSMEs. Within this mandate, Honourable House Chair, the development of robust economic ecosystems and the implementation of effective monitoring and evaluation mechanisms are essential to drive meaningful and sustainable small business development. The creation of business development ecosystem is important to support the lifestyles of micro, small, and medium enterprises from startup and scale up, resulting in sustainability and growth. These ecosystems have the potential to increase access to finance, markets, training, technology, infrastructure, mentorship, and regulatory framework for the sector. The creation of these programs remain important because based on the International Labour Organization, the ILO, small and medium enterprises account for about 70% of the total employment in the world. The importance of the business development programs lie in the ability to create conducive environment in which medium, small enterprises can thrive. For instance, without access to affordable finance, many small businesses fail to take off or expand. Similarly, without access to reliable infrastructure such as electricity, water, broadband, connectivity, and other attended solutions, their competitiveness is totally undermined. By fostering collaboration among government departments, municipalities, financial institutions, academic institutions, and the private sector, business development activities will reduce the fragmentation and ensure that support mechanisms are coordinated, are inclusive, and tailored to provincial specific conditions. The development of small business cannot be the sole responsibility of government. Partnership enables the pooling of resources together, the expertise and innovation from different sectors, creating a more holistic and effective support system for the micro, small, and medium enterprises. Once again, House Chair, for the National Council of Provinces, promoting these partnerships helps align national and provincial priorities with the diverse needs of small businesses in rural and urban areas alike. The private sector is a critical player in the South African economy. Its activities involvement is key and cardinal, and it will go a long way in ensuring there's access to markets, value chain, funding, investment, skills transfer, mentorship, innovation, and technology. For the National Council of Provinces and the department, strengthening partnership with the private sector ensures that small businesses are not only beneficiaries of state programs, but also actively engage in broader economic development and economic opportunities across the board. Academic institutions, including universities, colleges, research organizations, are critical in providing knowledge economy, research, and innovation. Collaborating with academia supports small business development in entrepreneurship education, which is key and fundamental. Research, development, incubation, and innovation, as well as evidence-based policy making, is quite critical, Honorable House Chair. Once again, for the National Council of Provinces, encouraging and monitoring such collaborations ensures that provinces benefit from the intellectual and innovative resources of academia in addressing the local economic development needs. These all coincide with our vision of an ethical development state, which also aligns with the 2025 SONA, which stated that we are enhancing our support for small and medium enterprises, as well as the informal economy, which provide millions of jobs and sustainable livelihoods as a whole. Simplifying funding processes for small businesses, facilitating access to venture capital to high growth startups, and creating a regulatory framework that empowers rather than hinders informal businesses is imperative in reducing the cost of capital in one way or another. Honorable House Chair, it is our considered view that the current challenges, one of lack of funding, two, working capital constraints, must be considered and addressed, Honorable Minister, in this current financial year. Micro, small, and medium enterprises, as I indicated earlier on, continue to play a crucial role across all the 9 provinces in our country. And the crucial role is indicated in the various provincial budgets that were recently tabled in the different provincial legislatures. The Department of Small Business Development has been key in providing the necessary assistance to numerous micro, small, medium enterprises in our countries. And Minister, we commend you for that. That is a step in the right direction. As the African National Congress, we stand by our 2025 Lekgotla resolution, which identified that we face several economic challenges, such as 1, a weak growth, 2, in fixed capital investment by both the private and the public sectors. We face persistent inefficiencies that need to be addressed in the logistic value chain, the congestion here in Cape Town, Durban, ports, etc. The short-term disruptions in the steel and automotive industries, and inadequate credit provisions for the micro, small, and medium enterprises remains a critical challenge that needs to be addressed. Our Lekgotla also identified that we need to significantly expand the micro, small, and medium enterprises and business support services through both private and public sector efforts. We are of the view that the numerous programs for this budget will assist us in achieving this goal. Honorable Minister, we are happy to state that your program 3 of the budget vote is what it is called integrated cooperatives and micro enterprise development. Micro enterprises and cooperatives in particular contribute significantly to job creation, poverty alleviation, and empowerment of historically marginalized groups. Honorable House Chair, to strengthen the sector, the Integrated Cooperatives and Micro Enterprise Development Program, which is called ICMEDP, was introduced by the Department of Small Business Development. This program aligns directly with the mandate of the National Council of Provinces, which ensures that national policy and legislation address the needs and priorities of provinces and foster what we call a balanced development. The ICMEDP is designed to support township and rural economies where micro enterprises and cooperatives are often the main drivers of economic activity. Honorable House Chair, with regard to Program 4, the budget vote is around enterprise development, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We support it. Regarding the innovation, which is very key in terms of township revitalization, job creation, provincial equity, broad-based empowerment, we need to continue to appreciate the new ideas that are being advanced by the youth, technologies and processes which enable small businesses to grow and adapt to changing market conditions. Honorable Chair, therefore, enterprise development, innovation, and entrepreneurship are indispensable for strengthening South Africa's small business sector. In conclusion, as the ANC, we support the budget. Honorable Chair, let me conclude by saying I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Ward 1, Solplaatje municipality, Platfontein, in the recent by-elections. We have smashed the entire opposition, starting with the DA. Thank you very much. In fact, the DA is in deep trouble. They have not won any single by-elections in the Northern Cape. So it is quite troubling because the people are starting to see now that the DA says something but stands for something else. Minister, thank you very much for the constructive input. I think the people are witnessing the development and changes on the ground. The groundbreaking interventions are welcome. My chairperson, Honorable Modise, thank you very much, Honorable Nodada, for that constructive debate. Well, Honorable Pinar, we cannot and we will not be obsessed with the DA. Precisely because we are worried. We are worried because after the so-called Tony Leon Commission that led to the expulsion of one of their members, Musi Muyaman. Musi. They then retreated. Honorable Breed, during the Anglo-Boer War, the Boer retreated to the Lager. But the DA retreated to the White Enclave to oppose everything that relates to transformation. Mr. Honorable Masipa, please stop insulting the masses.
Oh, my God.
You can't come here and quote Kailicha, Michel's Plain in terms of shining example.
We're doing great work.
You are not doing anything that benefits the people. You are still remaining for only exclusive. It's well and good. It's well and good you come and shine here. It's fine. But take heed what happened to all your predecessors, what happened to them. Just like a chappies, they were spout out. So watch out. Pinar, I know you are shy. Honorable Modise was eloquent in illustrating the academic achievements of some of the ministers and some of the ANC deployees, PhD, etc. And he exposed a fact that you can't run away. You can't run away from. Honorable Ozeisen and McPherson, they only have a grade 10. It's a fact. My children always ask, but is it true? They only have grade 10. I say, yes, it's true. They must make use of the current opportunities to empower themselves. EFF, you know, you have what we call oogklapper. You see a horse, you direct it in one direction. Go this way, go. But you can't stand here all the time. I reject the budget. Change. Honorable Chair, we are on course as the ANC, and we are going to ensure that
Thank you, Honorable Mabilo.
we deliver on the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mabilo. Thank you, delegates.
House Chair.
And what are you rising, Honorable?
I rise just to say congratulations to Honorable Mabilo for delivering a brilliant DA speech.
Thank you, Honorable Masipa. I think there was a point of order or even a point of privilege. Honorable members, thank you for your attention. The only thing that remains for me is to invite the Minister back to conclude the debate and also to draw the curtain closed on a long season of debates. So, Minister, it is your honor to close our season. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, House Chair. I will start by quoting the preamble of our Constitution, which has been agreed to
and all members of parliament have agreed to stand by it when they took the oath. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of the past, of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. And this is why every time we take platform as the ANC in government, we make sure that we introduce policies and legislations that seek to respond to the preamble of our constitution. It is a pity, honorable members, that there are those who view the actions that we take to address the injustices of the past as red tapes. It clearly exposes not only ignorance, but the misunderstanding by those that don't understand what we're here for, and yet they claim to be advocates of the constitution that we have. I've noted many concerns about the honorable members who debated here, especially around red tape. And this is the beauty of being in the government of national unity, because all the matters that are being raised in relation to red tape, whether we're talking about lack of integrated approach on cooperatives that must respond to the market demands, all that work is delegated to the Deputy Minister. I was hoping that in her 10 minutes that she was given by Parliament, she will articulate those, but Chairperson, I'll come back and articulate the work that is being done by the department in dealing with the red tapes that the members are talking about. I want to clarify a few things, Honorable Masipa, that you believe that there is no strategic policy interventions in the department. I mean, we come here every quarter, we come here, we provide plans, we also give reports. And I will remind you, Honorable Members, those that have happened to forget that we have said, the Cabinet has approved the business licensing policy, which seeks to create policy certainty on business licensing, which is why we will be coming back to Parliament to present or table the business licensing bill. The startup policy, again, is in a process of being adopted by the department, that to be submitted to Cabinet, which creates an enabling environment for startups. Again, this work is being reported to Parliament, both in the National Assembly, the NCOP. The National Entrepreneurship Strategy is busy now, is to be tabled to Cabinet, and we have reported that here. We're also processing the incubation and business development policy. We are reviewing the digital transformation strategy, and we are finalizing the implementation of the MSME and cooperatives funding policy, which spoke to the creation of the fund of funds to deal with the financing gaps in the entrepreneurs. And that's why Minister Parkstow has introduced the transformation fund that many are so opposed to, because it seeks to address the imbalances, and yet they come here in politics and talk about lack of access to finance to entrepreneurs. It can't be like that, honorable members. You take an oath, honorable members. It is important to remember what you stand for and not misinform the public on things that are there publicly, that you can even Google because they have access to the internet that Parliament provides. We really welcome the contributions on SALGA participating in terms of capacitating municipalities. Indeed, we'll be hosting an LED summit together with SALGA to look into the issues that the members are talking about, the capacitation of the LED units in the municipalities so that they can drive the transformational agenda of MSMEs, including how they develop legislations in terms of the bylaws and the licensing regime that they are doing. We are accounting on the spaza shop. I did report on the 10,000, and we are finalizing that. That's the thing you've got to understand, from the process of application to all the due diligence that has to be undertaken, so that when we come here and account, you can hold us accountable for financing Stella that does not own a spaza shop. And that's the process we're undertaking, and the numbers will be presented again to this honorable house. I would be very happy if we had had a budget that was rejected, as it was previously rejected, by honorable members who say this budget is too little for small businesses. We recognize the challenge that is being faced, and therefore we stand in unison with the entrepreneurs of our country. We can't accept it. But unfortunately, everybody was politicking because I want this. If you don't give me this, I'm not going to vote for you, because this is what we do with the lives of the entrepreneurs. And yet we come here and want to fight for the growth of the economy, whilst we are deliberate on excluding the majority of our country in the economy. It is not going to happen, honorable members. Yes, we continue to mobilize all sectors to make sure that they work with us in bridging the gap. And we're reaching out to the bankers. The bankers must make their responsibility to understand the laws. Former banker, honorable member here. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for your response. Honourable delegates, we've come to the end of the Budget Vote 36, Small Business Development. And I would also like to thank the Deputy Minister in absentia and thank all the members who participated in this debate, which, as the House Chair mentioned, is the last of the debates. And I'm sure you're all looking forward to tomorrow when we can conclude the budget process. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, and we look forward to seeing you in the NCOP again, together with your delegation. Thank you. Honourable delegates, we shall now proceed to the second order, and that is a consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade, which was ATC'd on the 7th of February 2025. The petition to introduce legislation for government-funded intellectual property registration for previously disadvantaged and marginalized groups in South Africa. I now call upon the Honourable Boshoff, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade, to present the committee report for 10 minutes. Honourable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. The Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade received a petition from Ms. Donna Nkosi, dated 7 June 2024, requesting the introduction of legislation to provide government-funded intellectual property registration for previously disadvantaged and marginalized groups in South Africa. The petition was formally referred to the committee by the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Ms. Nkosi raised concerns about the financial barriers faced by Black entrepreneurs, women, the LGBTQAI+ persons, and those from poor or rural backgrounds in registering and protecting their intellectual property. She called for financial support to reduce registration costs, fair protection to ensure innovators benefit from their work, and greater inclusion to enable meaningful participation in the economy. The committee carefully reviewed all existing legislation, including the Intellectual Property Laws Amendment Act, the Copyright Amendment Bill, which has been passed by Parliament and is currently under review at the Constitutional Court, and the draft patent bill, expected to be released for public comment later this year. We also examined support programs under the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, the National Empowerment Fund, and the Industrial Development Corporation. The committee's key findings are as follows. The legal framework already addresses many of the concerns raised. The Copyright Amendment Bill, currently under Constitutional Court review, and the forthcoming Patent Bill aim to modernize South Africa's IP system in line with international best practices while reflecting our socio-economic context. Support mechanisms are available. Programs such as the CPIC's Inventors Assistance Program, DTIC's Support Program for Industrial Innovation, the NEF Strategic Project Fund, and the IDC's Kubo Innovation Promotion Program all provide targeted support, including financial assistance, particularly for marginalized innovators. New legislation is therefore not necessary. IP registration fees are determined by regulation, not primary legislation, meaning they can be adjusted through regulatory processes without the need for Parliament to pass a new law. What became clear during our deliberations, Honourable Deputy Chair, is that having support programs on paper is, however, not enough. Too often, to the people, these programs are designed to help, do not know they exist, or cannot navigate the system to access them. We must push for greater visibility and simpler access, especially in rural areas, in underserved provinces, and among grassroots innovators. Because when innovations are lost or ideas are abandoned for lack of support, it is not just the individual who loses, it is our entire economy. The committee therefore concludes that There is no need for additional legislative intervention at this stage. Our oversight efforts must, however, focus on ensuring existing support programs are effective, accessible, and well communicated. Public awareness efforts must be strengthened so that all innovators, regardless of background, know where and how to access help. We also encourage petitioners to provide any supporting documentation if they wish specific cases to be followed up. As a committee, we are not just noting this report, we are committing to follow through. We will engage the DTIC, the CIPC, the NEF, and others to ensure that the support they offer is not only technically available, but practically reachable, especially for those in marginalized communities. That is our responsibility, and we will continue to fulfill it. In conclusion, the committee, having considered the petition by Ms. Nkosi, has resolved that no legislative intervention is required, as the proposals made by the petitioner are already provided for within the current legislation and regulatory framework, including legislation currently under constitutional review. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Boshoff, for your report from the Select Committee. Honourable Delegate, that concludes the debate. I now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. But before we proceed to voting, I will allow provinces the opportunity to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish, for a maximum of 3 minutes. And I am told that we have one declaration, and that is by the Honourable Dlamini. Honourable Dlamini, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby declare that the petitions are an important tool for public involvement as empowered by Section 17 of our Constitution, which provide that, and I quote, everyone has the right, peacefully and unarmed, to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions. The ANC welcomes the progressive proposal by Ms. Dona Nkosi through her petition, which suggests that government introduce legislation on intellectual property registration for previously disadvantaged and marginalized groupings in South Africa. The petition speaks for fundamental aspects around the need to alleviate financial burdens, encourage innovation, and ensure fair compensation and legal protection, particularly for the marginalized in our society, which concludes the economically disadvantaged women, youth, and the LGBTQI+ community, amongst others, who often turn to innovation and entrepreneurship as an alternative means of livelihood, but encounter obstacles in protecting and benefiting from their intellectual property due to financial barriers, unethical business practices, and inadequate legacy protection. That being said, we must acknowledge the significant strides made by government around the just protection, administration, management, and deployment of IP through the following pieces of legislations, amongst others, the Copyright Act, the Patents Act, the Trademarks Act, the Design Act. It is for this reason that the ANC supported the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade closing statement on this petition, which provides that proposals made by petitioner are already provided for in the current legislation and regulatory framework, including the legislation currently before the Constitutional Court. We urge that these tools be sharpened for effective implementation and that our people be empowered and equipped with the necessary information when they visit government departments and institutions. I so submit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dlamini. We shall now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favour, against, or abstain. I shall start with the Eastern Cape.
Chairperson, honourable members, the Eastern Cape Province of Legends vote in favour.
The Free State.
Honorable Chair, Free State vote in favor.
Gauteng,
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Gauteng vote in favor.
KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson, the province of KwaZulu-Natal votes in support.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Chairperson, the province of Limpopo vote in support.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mpumalanga vote in support.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Northern Cape votes in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Northwest.
Thank you very much, Chair. As Northwest, we vote in support.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The voting is now closed, and I can report that all 9 provinces voted in support. Therefore, I declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We shall now move on. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the third order of the day, that is the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Education, Sciences and Creative Industries following the resolutions taken at the National Council of Provinces Strategic Planning Session held from the 6th to the 7th of May 2025, dated 13th of May 2025, and it was ATC'd on the 14th of May 2025. Honorable members, I now call upon the Honorable Ms. M. Fenny, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Education, Sciences and Creative Industries, to present the committee report. Honorable Fenny, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Let me first greet your good self. Let me first, as I'm always doing, that I must continue to greet the only Commander-in-Chief, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, the real one. Yeah, we must always remind ourselves when we are here in this August House, Honorable Chairperson, so that when we are speaking following correct protocols, not take some shortcuts. He is the only one that has been voted by the people of this country. Also, Chairperson, let me greet those honorable members who are on the virtual platforms, your premiers, your MECs, also members of this August House. And now kwazi ke ushiya ngasemva inkosi thithi inkosi Masithambe sicaka sivumile ndiyakhahlela kuwe mntana omhle. Honorable Chairperson, National Council of Provinces held its first committee strategic planning session from the 6th to the 7th of May this year to chart the way forward for the committee's oversight activities for the 2025-2026 financial year. This was in line with newly established parliamentary strategic oversight model, which ensures that committee activities are deliberated, measurable, and aligned with the goal of improving delivery service, enhancing legislative quality, and reinforcing intergovernmental coordination. The main deliberations that were discussed by the Select Committee on Education, Sciences and Creative Industry during the breakaway session were committee oversight priority areas for the 7th Administration and Planning for 2025-2026 financial year. Oversight, international study, oversight. International study tour, Chairperson, was one of the issues that was highlighted. Committee budget and desired outcomes, Chair. Some of the key priority areas for the oversight by Select Committee were identified, Chairperson, as follows: support and fund women's sports in federations and sports where women participate, where women participation are still receiving some less funding. This includes the implementation of women in sport policy, oversight over bullying and cyber bullying in school, legislation around boards and council appointments in entities, including recycling of board, counseling members with poor performance track record, incompetence, as well as board members serving in multiple entities of the same department without justification. It was not just a bickering chairperson. It was a clear way forward in trying to correct what we have identified as a select committee that needs to be done. Lack of ECD implementation of learners living with disability and training of practitioners to deal with such learners. Formalization of ECD centers in basic education, as they must not operate as NPOs. Hence, the Bella Act chairperson was passed into law in order to put all of these things in perspective and legally, rather than to bicker around chairperson, because we wanted to have a united and one education system that is properly governed, chairperson. General infrastructure grants management in basic and higher education, including sports, performing arts, and heritage in infrastructure. We do not want to see this culture, chairperson, of going around, make promises. But we are saying as a select committee, there must be policies and policies must be implemented. So it is informed by that. Rape culture and teenage pregnancies in schools, as well as general school safety. Commercialization of locally produced technologies and innovation by DSTI in order to address societal challenges, Chair. Chair, there is a debate, those who are closer in sciences, that the first car, electric car, was produced here in the country, but was, as usual, stolen and then sent to this country. So it's a debate that must continue. So as a select committee chairperson, we are saying that we cannot be quiet when we undermine our role as the country in terms of technology and development. Support grants and mechanisms provided to artists, support grant and mechanisms provided to artists and creatives. NFSA's administration and student funding and accommodation challenges, National School Nutrition Program and addressing hunger and malnutrition in schools, as well as provision of psychosocial support for learners. All of these issues that we have highlighted, Chair, we came also on recommendation in ensuring that we do not find ourselves bickering, chairperson, as the committee. By the following recommendation that the committee called for an increase in the number of oversight visits to provinces to allow for effective oversight and visibility on the ground, as well as the provision of unannounced visits to enable them to observe the living reality of citizens. The committee called for a review of its allocated budget and advocated for more budget to conduct more oversight visits. The committee is to consider individual members conducting oversight in their respective provinces and report back to the committee's chair. These are not, so that it cannot become an issue of touring around, Chair. Suggesting for joint meetings and oversight with committees that may have similar interest. The three spheres of government must speak to each other to avoid duplication of oversight visits, where committee visits a site that was previously visited by another committee for a similar purpose. Recommendation for the Provincial MEC must be followed up. The committee is to undertake an international study tour under the theme of science, technology, and innovation, particularly in the education sector, in a country that is advanced in terms of technology, and where South Africa can benchmark and collaborate, Chair. This, Chair, is in connection, is in alignment with what the country have been getting doctors from most progressive country, international country, which is Cuba, Chair, of which as members we have not yet decided, but we are still engaging on this one. But benchmarking must be informed in terms of the progress that have been made, that these countries have been making to us, not just to be taken as tourist attractions, as well the members of this committee, to take the struggle of our people forward in ensuring that we are advancing also in terms of technological development, your sciences and others. The committee's report on the NCOP strategic plan sessions was adopted by the committee on the 13th of May. Indeed, Chairperson. Therefore, the report, Chairperson, is to be considered by the House. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finney. Before we proceed to voting, I will allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish, for 3 minutes. And I am advised that there is a declaration by the Honorable Mokwele.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and greetings to you and honorable members, fellow South Africans. Chairperson, on behalf of the African National Congress, the ANC welcome and support the report on the strategic planning session on the Select Committee on Education, Science and Creative Industry. The work done during the session held on the 6th and 7th May 2025 is commendable, particularly in aligning oversight efforts with Parliament's 2024-2029 strategic plan and vision of the 2030 National Development Plan. We encouraged by the adoption of the result-driven oversight model from inputs to impact, which affirms our commitment to deliberate and measurable interventions. This will ensure that the committee not only observes but also actively influences service delivery to improve people's quality of life. The committee has identified pressing priority areas for oversight in the 2025-2026 financial year. Chair, this includes ensuring the formal integration of ECD centers into the basic education system and improve access, particularly for learners living with disabilities, tackling rape culture and teenage pregnancy in schools, and ensuring the safety of learners by addressing bullying, among other critical areas. The committee resolution to intensify oversight visits, including unannounced ones, are critical in ensuring real visibility and responsiveness. We fully support the call for increased oversight budget and improved coordination among the 3 spheres of government to avoid duplication and ensure efficient resource use. We exceptionally inspired by the committee's approach to international benchmarking through its proposed study tour, which with countries selected based on strong educational system, science and technology innovation, and low level of gender-based violence. This global perspective is crucial for enhancing our domestic policies and strategies. In conclusion, Chair, this strategic plan set a strong foundation for responsive and impactful oversight in the 7th administration. It affirms the African National Congress commitment to building a transformed, inclusive, and capable state. We appreciate this report and pledge our full support to its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokwele. We shall now proceed to the voting, and the question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. I shall start with the Western Cape.
Western Cape will support, Chair.
Thank you. Northwest.
As Bukonombi Pirima, we support.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Northern Cape supports.
Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mpumalanga support.
Limpopo.
I
take it you support. Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson, the province of KwaZulu-Natal supports.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Gauteng supports.
Thank you. Free State.
Free State support, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. And the province of the Legends.
Siyabulela Sekela Stalo Wendlu, Eastern Cape, support.
Eastern Cape supports. Thank you. Honourable members, the voting is now closed. and all 9 provinces have voted in favor of the report. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you. Honourable delegates, we shall now proceed to the 4th order, and that is a consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Petitions and Executive Undertakings on executive undertakings made by the Minister of Home Affairs during the House sitting as adopted on the 15th of July 2025 and ATC'd on the 18th of July 2025. I now call upon the Honourable Mokhai, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings, to present the committee report for 10 minutes. Honourable Mokhai.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair. Good afternoon to the honourable members and fellow South Africans. Honourable Chair, allow me to table the report of the executive undertakings made by the Minister of Home Affairs during the House sitting and as adopted by the Select Committee on Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings on the 15th of July 2025. Chair, the committee, having requested the Ministry of Home Affairs to appear before it and provide a progress report on the implementation and fulfillment of the executive undertakings made in this House on the 17th of July 2024, reports as follows. On the 17th of July 2024, the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs made the following executive undertakings in the House, and I'm going to quote, there are about 5. The first one, it is in fulfillment of this mandate of the GNU that Home Affairs will enhance our role as an economic enabler by accelerating the implementation of Operation Vulindlela reforms. The second one, however, for us to be effective in unlocking scarce skills and growing tourism to create jobs, Home Affairs must urgently clear the backlog in the processing of permits. The third one, the days of system offline need to come to an end because I want to be your Minister of System Online. To achieve this, we need to embrace modern technological solutions. One of the options under consideration is the recommendations from the Council on Scientific and Industrial Research to optimize the department's IT infrastructure network. The fourth one, while technological upgrades will assist us in this regard, I intend to review the way in which queues are managed at Home Affairs offices to identify appropriate business process reforms that optimize the existing online booking system and better manage queues on the ground. The fifth one, we will work with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to address the stalled construction of modernized offices in Taung, the northwest, Tohando in Limpopo, and Kwadukuza in KwaZulu-Natal. And the last one, during the current administration, both the passport and ID smart cards will be refreshed and updated to enhance the security features of these documents, with the aim of building trust in more countries and organizations worldwide. Those were the executive undertakings made by the Minister. The concerned executive undertakings were referred to the Select Committee on Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings by the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces for it to scrutinize and subsequently to report to the House on their implementation. And thereafter, on the 18th of June this year, the committee extended an invitation to the ministry to appear before it and report on the progress made in implementing the executive undertakings. In noting the progress report made by the minister in relation to the implementation of the executive undertakings under review, the committee makes the following observations and key findings. The committee noted that significant progress has been made with Operation Vulindlela Phase 1, where 91% of reforms were completed, and further acknowledged the progress made on some of the initiatives that have been completed, particularly the upgrading of the Employment Services of South Africa database, the introduction of a trusted employer scheme, and the rollout of the e-visa system. The department submitted that a rollout of the e-visa system and introduction of the points-based system is a major leap forward in attracting investment and talent into the country. It is acknowledged leveraging of the new State Information Technology Agency regulations to explore more cost-effective options for modernizing its IT environment. Noted the electronic travel authorization system is expected to be rolled out in September 2025. The committee noted that there are some technical challenges related to 1 point pen OTP function, which is run through CETA. The committee further noted that the main source of complaints around the branch appointment booking system, which is that there are not enough booking slots. Members raised concern about the delayed construction of modernized offices in Thohoyandou, Limpopo, and KwaDukuza in KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the disparity in services between urban and rural areas. And Chair, now I proceed to the recommendations. In noting the progress report given by the Department of Home Affairs concerning the implementation of the executive undertakings under review, the committee made the following recommendations. First, the department must ensure that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is in the process of resuscitating the Thohoyandou and KwaDukuza projects and transfer these two projects back to the department for completion. The second one, the committee to be informed in writing of the precise date in September on when the electronic travel authorization system is expected to be rolled out. The department to continuously collaborate with the community development workers to ensure outreach in rural areas by introducing state light link to improve connectivity for the department's offices in rural areas. And lastly, the department to expedite the current efforts to improve branch appointment booking system by expansion to more bank branches for access to services and the implementation of the ETA system, and continuously engaging with the DPWI to track progress on the stalled projects. Chairperson, I want to express my appreciation to the committee and the committee members across parties and our support staff for their dedication and commitment in the work of our committee. In closing, I hereby table the committee report for consideration on the executive undertakings made by the Minister of Home Affairs on 17 July 2024. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokai. Honorable members, before we proceed to voting, I shall now allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish, for a maximum of 3 minutes. And I am told that there is one declaration, and that is from the Honorable Nue. Honorable Nue, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. As the African National Congress, we note the progress report update provided by the Department of Home Affairs on the executive undertakings that has been made before this House by the Minister of Home Affairs. While noting and commending the Department of Home Affairs for the progress it has made in implementing the executive undertakings, we, however, reiterate the recommendations of the committee. 1, the department should prioritize and fast-track its engagements with the Department of Public Works with regard to resuscitation of the infrastructure projects of Thohoyandou and Taung, and that the department should, on continuous basis, update the committee on progress registered. Also, that the department should expedite the current efforts to improve branch appointment booking system, the BAPS, to ensure efficiency of provision of services to the people. We are encouraged that the Department of Home Affairs will prioritize the e-visa system to ease visa application by travelers to our country and thus contribute to tourism and economic growth. The ANC supports the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nue. Honorable members, we shall now proceed to the voting, and the question is that the report be adopted. I shall now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, the heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Let's start with the Eastern Cape.
Chair and honorable members, Phondo Lenwell, Lianwal, and Liaxhasa. Right.
Thank you. The Free State.
Thank Honorable Deputy Chair. Free State support.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Gauteng supports.
KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson, the province of KwaZulu-Natal supports the report.
Limpopo.
Thank you, Chairperson. The province of Limpopo support the report.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Chairperson, thank you. Mpumalanga support.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Northern Cape support.
Northwest.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Northwest supports.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable members, the voting is now closed, and I can report that all 9 provinces voted in favour of the report, and I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates, we now proceed to the 5th, 6th, and 7th orders, and that is a consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, which was ATC'd on the 24th of July, 2025. Provisional suspension from the office of Ms. S.S.E. Fredericks, additional magistrate at Johannesburg in terms of Section 13(3)(a), and to withhold remuneration in terms of Section 13(4) capital A small a of the Magistrates Act 1993, Act 90 of 1993, tabled in Parliament on the 1st of July 2025, dated the 23rd of July. And consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, ATC'd on the 23rd of July 2025, the report being the provisional suspension of Ms. T.F. Kekana, an additional district court magistrate at Secunda in Mpumalanga, pending the outcome of a misconduct hearing into her fitness to hold office as a magistrate, as required by Section 13(3)(b) of the Magistrates Act of 1993, Act 90 of 1993, herein after the Act, and referred to the committee on the 22nd of May 2025, dated 23rd July 2025. And consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice on committee resolution whether or not the restoration of a office of magistrate so suspended is recommended of Ms. N. Nodir as additional magistrate at Kimberley from the office of magistrate on account of continued ill health in terms of Section 13(4)(a)(2) of the Magistrates Act 1993, Act 90 of 1993, herein after the Act, and referred to the committee on the 4th of June 2025, dated 23rd July 2025. Honourable members, I now call upon the Honourable J.S. Mananiso, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the committee report for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, and good afternoon to fellow South Africans. Deputy Chair, let me stand on the protocol that were established today, and let me start by actually acknowledging the Select Committee members for being consistent in terms of rectifying the system and dealing with the challenges within the system. In the case Nkabinde versus JSC, the Supreme Court of Appeal referenced a Canadian Supreme Court judgment that related to a Canadian judge, but that was equally applicable to South Africa. The salient points of the Canadian judgment were as follows. The judge is a pillar of the entire justice system and of the rights and freedoms which the system is designed to promote and to protect. And the personal qualities, conduct, and image that a judge protects affects those of judicial system as a whole and have a significant impact on public confidence in an effective judicial system. And in democracy founded on the rule of law, it has been said time and again that the conduct of judicial officers must be beyond reproach. Like judges, magistrates are the pillars of the judicial system. Their conduct on and off the bench must be commensurate with the high esteem of the office which they hold. On the 10th of April, the Secretary of the Magistrate Commission came across information whilst attending a leave management meeting with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Human resource officials about a magistrate who has not worked since 2019, being Magistrate Fredericks. The matter was first considered by the Ethics Committee of the Magistrate Commission, where they resolved to recommend the charge sheet, the letters of provisional suspension and suspension of remuneration. The charges relate to her absence from office without permission. The assigned senior magistrate duly served the documents on Ms. Fredericks on the 19th August 2024 at her residence. He provided an affidavit with photographs taken of the day of service and indicated to the Commission that he suspects that Ms. Fredericks suffers from mental illness. ESCO did not proceed with her matter before more facts could be provided on the alleged mental illness. Chief Magistrate Sidlova escalated the matter to the Department of Social Development. However, she did not get positive feedback. After exhausting all legal avenues to address this matter, the Commission therefore recommended that Ms. Fredericks should be provisionally suspended from Office of Magistrate with immediate effect in terms of Section 13(3)(a) of the Act, pending the outcome of the investigations or hearing into her fitness to hold such office. The Commission has determined to withhold Ms. Fredericks' remuneration with immediate effect in terms of Section 13(4)(a) of the Act, which was confirmed by the Minister. The committee was happy that the Magistrate Commission listened to the advice of the committee in a previous meeting held with the Magistrate Commission in April 2025, where members raised their concerns regarding the delays in finalization of disciplinary matters of magistrate and the cost to the taxpayers. Hence, we did our robust oversight as this select committee. While magistrates are on suspension and receive their full remuneration, the committee therefore supports the provisional suspension and the withholding of the salary of this magistrate. Having considered Minister's report dated 26 June 2025 concerning the provisional suspension from office of Ms. SSE Fredericks, Additional Magistrate Johannesburg, Gauteng pending the outcome of hearing into her fitness to hold office as a magistrate, the committee recommends that National Council of Provinces confirm the provisional suspension of Ms. SSE Fredericks. The committee further recommends that the National Council of Provinces resolve to confirm the determination of Ms. SSE Fredericks' remuneration, pending the outcome of the hearing into her fitness to hold office as a magistrate. Ms. T.F. Kekana, the late Chief Justice Ismail Mahomet once remarked, the ultimate power of the court must rest on the esteem in which the judiciary is held, within the psyche and soul of the nation and in the confidence it enjoys within the hearts and minds of potentials litigants. I close quote. For the nation to have confidence in the judiciary, it is fundamental that the magistrate remain independent and accountable. Confidence in the judiciary is important for effective performance of judicial functions. Magistrate courts are generally accessible to the poor and most vulnerable in the society. In line with Section 34 of the Constitution, people rely on magistrates to dispense justice accordingly, as courts are the final arbiters in disputes. Chairperson, the conduct of magistrates should be beyond approach. Both on and off the bench, the conduct of magistrates should be commensurate with esteemed office which they occupy. A high standard of ethical and moral conduct is expected from magistrates. Conduct which tarnishes the good name, dignity, and esteem of the office of the magistrate and the administration of justice should not be accepted. Society should have faith in the courts and those dispensing justice. Chairperson, Magistrate T.F. Kekana is a 55-year-old female and was permanently appointed as an additional district court magistrate on the 1st November 2015. The misconduct charges preferred against Magistrate T.F. Kekana emanate from the following complaints that the Commission had received: that Ms. Kekana does not submit daily or monthly stats of her head office as required. Ha re se ke motho, re se ka molato. That Ms. Kakana, in terms of their complaints, business premises, to mediate the criminal matters, she failed to keep office hours. She makes false entries in the court books regarding the hours, and she did not report for and or failed to inform her head office of her absence in court. Honorable Chairperson, after due consideration, a following due process in the matter, the Commission is of the view that the allegation against Ms. Kakana are of such a serious nature that they may justify removal from office. Further, that the allegation make it inappropriate for her to, in the meantime, perform the functions of a magistrate. Honorable Chairperson, the Minister confirmed the Magistrate Commission's decision. The Select Committee supported the provisional suspension as the committee would like to see magistrate with high ethical standard presiding over matters in courts, and we would like to send a clear message that all forms of interference in court processes and misconduct should not be accepted. Having considered the Minister's report dated the 4th March 2025, concerning the provisional suspension from office of Ms. T.F. Kekana, an additional district court magistrate at Secunda, Mpumalanga, pending the outcome of a misconduct hearing into her fitness to hold office as a magistrate, the committee recommends that the National Council of Provinces confirms the provisional suspension of Ms. T.F. Kekana. In the words of former Chief Justice of South Africa, Ismail Mohammed, it is in the magistrate courts that the justice is tested in its most crucial, most pervasive, most voluminous, most pressurized, and logistically most demanding dimensions is literally thousands of cases every day. The continuous struggle for the legitimacy and efficacy of the instrument of justice is substantially lost or won in the magistrate courts. It is therefore important that citizens engage with the issues relating to the magistrate in order to promote the independence, accountability, and efficiency of this critical structure of the judicial system. Honorable members, fellow South Africans, magistrates are a very important structure of the judicial system and are at the forefront of the South African justice delivery system, as they are usually the first port of call for people who come into contact with the criminal justice system or who intend to conduct civil suits. Ms. Nodia was appointed on the 1st October 2021 as an additional magistrate in the district court at Kimberley. Since her appointment, she was intermittently on the sick leave and continuously the 23rd March 2022. Her leave record shows that she has exhausted all her sick leave and vacation leave. Ms. Nadia provided medical reports to support her illness and set out the following in respect of her circumstances. Ms. Nadia provided a detailed account of her circumstances. She explained that she initially applied for the position of additional magistrate in Kimberley in January 2020 and was successful in August 2021. However, her personal situation changed when she contracted COVID-19 in 2021. She faced challenges with her family relocation when the father of her children decided that he no longer wanted to relocate to Kimberley and withdrew his consent for their children to relocate to Kimberley. She experienced depression symptoms and sought medical attention, leading to a diagnosis of major depressive disorder. She asserts that her illness is linked to the circumstances in Kimberley, not her ability to perform as a magistrate. Despite attempts to request a transfer to the Western Cape, there has been no response from the Magistrate Commission. She emphasizes her ability to report duties as a magistrate and proposes a transfer as an alternate to removal from office. She highlights the medical opinions supporting recovery and expresses willingness to consider alternative position. In conclusion, she urges the Commission to consider a submission and medical reports before deciding on the potential removal from the office due to continued ill health. In compliance with Regulation 29(7)A of the regulations, the Commission considered the medical reports together with Ms. Nodier, comments dated 23 November 2023, and the fact that no further correspondence was received from her. The Commission concluded that Ms. Nodier should be removed from office due to continued ill health. As contemplated in Section 13(4)A(2) of the Act, read with Regulation 29(7)B of the regulation, the Minister agreed to the recommendation of the Magistrate Commission. The committee expressed its concern that the Commission did not appear to reach out to Ms. Nodier after her request extension had lapsed to determine the reasons. All the medical reports were consistent in advising and relocating to the Western Cape to reunite her family and as well her medical treatment, and that prospects were good for her recovery. Reports indicate that Ms. Nodier will be fit to continue for employment as a magistrate, provided she could be placed in the Western Cape. She was also the sole breadwinner for her family. The committee had heard the Commission's argument that the decision in terms of the Act and regulations based on a medical condition was grounds for suspension and removal of office. However, the committee expressed its concern that while the Act and regulations were clear, based on the fact of confirmation by medical professionals, an alternative for removal from office was proposed. The Commission explained that Ms. Nodier was afforded an ample opportunity and the onus was on her to pursue the applications correctly to be relocated. In terms of the Commission, there's a procedure. There are protocols in terms of how regulations need to be applied in terms of replacement or transfer. So as the committee, we have engaged with the Commission to ensure that they strengthen that communication so that everybody gets to understand what needs to happen with regards to relocation or transfer from other areas. The application form prescribed requires motivation from transfer to be attached to the form. Ms. Nodier did not attach the motivation in her application for a transfer, and as such, she was not shortlisted for the post that she applied for. The removal of a magistrate requires a recognized process and procedure as provided by the Act, as I said, and the regulation, and administered by the Magistrate Commission. It further requires confirmation from Parliament deciding whether or not to restore the office of magistrate so suspended is recommended. Having duly considered all the processes undertaken by the Magistrate Commission in Ms. Nodier matter and the relevant legislative framework, the Select Committee agreed with the resolution of the Magistrate Commission, having considered that Minister's report dated 23 May 2025 concerning the suspension from office of Ms. Nodier and additional magistrate at Imbali, Northern Cape.
Your time has expired.
Is it expired? Okay. We put before the House that these reports must be adopted. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable members, before we proceed, I'd like to acknowledge in the gallery a guest of the Honorable Mokwele. His guest is in the gallery, Mr. Jacob Muamabelo. We welcome you to the NCOP and thank you for joining us today. And we hope that you are enjoying the proceedings of the House. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we shall now proceed to declarations on the three orders, that is the 5th, 6th, and 7th orders. It will be one declaration, but they will be voted on separately. And to do the declarations on these orders, I call upon the Honorable Nonkonyana.
Deputy Chair and honorable members and compatriots South Africans, I rise on behalf of the mighty African National Congress to thank the chairperson and the members of the Select Committee for the report. As the honorable members and the people would have noted, this matter involved 3 female magistrates. One in the Gauteng, the other one in Mpumalanga, and the other one in Kimberley. And for various reasons, the commission, in discharging its own responsibility, had to actually gather facts, and on the basis of the facts that they have gathered, they preferred charges of misconduct against them. And it transpires that in 2 of them, it is a serious matter that may warrant removal from office. That is why, therefore, there is a basis to suspend and withhold remuneration. And in respect of others, or of one, that there is a serious case of misconduct, the recommendation is that she be suspended. And on behalf of the ANC, I would like to thank the Commission as well, and for the good work that they continue to have done. And I have no hesitation that all of us will endorse the recommendation that is being tabled by our chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Advocate Nonkonyana. Honorable members, we shall now proceed to the voting on the 5th order. The question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Western Cape.
The Western Cape will support, Chair.
Thank you. Northwest.
As Northwest Chairperson, Kohabo Twinsalero, we support Chair.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Northern Cape supports.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Chair. Mpumalanga support.
Limpopo. Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
Deputy Chair, the province of KwaZulu-Natal supports.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. Gauteng supports.
Free State.
Thank you, Chair. Free State support.
Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. The Eastern Cape supports.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The voting is now closed, and I can report that all 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We shall now go on to the 6th order. And the question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Shall start with the Eastern Cape.
The province of the Eastern Cape rise to support.
Thank you very much. We shall now move on to the Free State.
Thank you, Chair. Free State support.
Gauteng. Gauteng. Gauteng, how are you voting?
Gauteng supports, Chair.
Thank you very much. KwaZulu-Natal.
Deputy Chair, KwaZulu-Natal supports.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Limpopo reater.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Mpumalanga support.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Northern Cape, we are in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Northwest.
Thank you, Chair. As Northwest, we support.
Western Cape.
Western Cape supports, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, the voting is now closed, and I can report that all 9 provinces voted in favor of the report. Therefore, the report is adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We shall now proceed to the 7th order. In terms of Rule 86, I shall now go on to the voting on the seventh order, and the question is whether the report be adopted. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Start with Eastern Cape.
The Eastern Cape will support, Chair.
Thank you. Free State.
Free State support, Chair.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Gauteng supports, Chair.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal supports, Chairperson.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Limpopo supports, Chair.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support, Chair.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape supports.
Thank you. Northwest.
Northwest supports, Chair.
Thank you. Western Cape. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports, Chair.
Thank you. It's a nice idea to alternate to who's going to, because that is one way to keep everybody awake. Honorable delegates, the voting is now closed, and I can declare that all 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we now proceed to the 8th order, and that is a consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Public Infrastructure and Minister in the Presidency, which was ATC'd on the 23rd of July, 2025. Oversight visit to Transnet divisions at the Cape Town port on the 18th of June 2025, dated 23 July 2025. I now call upon the Honorable F.J. Bardanos, Chairperson of the Public Infrastructure and Minister in the Presidency, to present the committee report for 10 minutes. Honorable Bardanos.
We use the full 10 minutes. Honorable Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans. Today I rise to table a summarized version of the report of the Select Committee on Public Infrastructure, Minister in the Presidency, on our oversight visit to Transnet divisions at the Cape Town port conducted on the 18th of June 2025. Now, if there's one thing you can quickly learn about South African ports, it's this. They're like a family braai. Essential for connection, full of smoke and sparks, and always under threat of a cold front. But let me start with some context, Chair. The Cape Town port is a 15.5 billion rand logistics juggernaut, sitting on 9,350 hectares of total port area with 42 berths, 11 terminal operators, and 3 ship repair facilities, including the largest dry dock in the Southern Hemisphere. It's not just a gateway to the world, it's a nerve center for regional and global trade. Our visit focused on 2 major divisions, the Transnet National Ports Authority, TNPA, which acts as a port landlord, and Transnet Port Terminals, TPT, which operates 16 cargo terminals across the country. And what did we find, Honourable Chair? A port showing some signs of recovery, others of promise, and a few warning lights on the dashboard blinking furiously. Let's start with the good news. Since the most constrained period in 2023-24, when ship turnaround times were languishing at 103 hours, we've seen a 21% improvement to 82 hours as of May this year. Anchoring waiting times have also improved, now sitting just under the 120-hour target. Congestion around the port have eased, and implementation of a booking system gate verification project is expected to bring further improvements. We must acknowledge and commend the port stakeholders, including business forums and industry partners, who've brought technical expertise, reefer power units, and a healthy dose of common sense to the table. And let us not forget that the Cape Town Cruise Terminal has been crowned Africa's best cruise terminal for 4 years in a row now. It seems that even our tourists know when we get something right in the Western Cape. Among key capital projects is Phase 2B of the Cape Town Container Terminal expansion, scheduled to begin construction in January 2026. This will boost landside terminal capacity from 1 million to 1.4 million TEUs finally matching the berthing capacity. Honourable members, TEU is measured in the movement of a 20-foot container, for your information. Other interventions include the acquisition of 2 tugboats and 2 launch boats under the Fleet Replacement Plan, redevelopment of the Culemborg Intermodal Logistics Precinct, a 2.5 billion rand back-of-port project that will deliver over 25,000 direct and indirect jobs. Rail-supported utilisation of inland terminals like Balcon. Now, let me offer a cautionary reminder. While Culemborg will create jobs and drive freight efficiency, the site is currently occupied by unlawful settlers. The committee emphasised loudly and clearly that any eviction and resettlement process must learn from PRASA's painful experiences along the Central Line. Transnet has assured us of monthly engagement with the City of Cape Town and the release of alternative land parcels for relocation. This committee will be watching that development very closely. Cape Town is beautiful, Honourable Chair, but just like some of our GNU partners, she doesn't always play nice. Strong winds, fog and heavy swells delay operations and raise safety risks. Enter the CSIR wind study, which will inform predictive models and resilience infrastructure. Until then, the weather remains the only element in South Africa more unreliable than a cadre deployment policy. One practical fix proposed is a helicopter service for marine pilots, initially outsourced, then transitioned to an internal TNPA service by 2026-27. Members agree this could dramatically improve turnaround times during poor weather, but as noted in the report, 3 procurement attempts have already failed, so let's hope the 4th time isn't grounded by red tape as well. Now, members, allow me to shift some gears because not everything is smooth sailing in the port. Firstly, Balcon, our inland container terminal, lags behind in capacity utilisation. This means businesses prefer Cape Town Port simply because they think it's better. The committee recommends that Transnet align operations and facilities at Balcon to match expectations and capacity at Cape Town Port. Secondly, we are concerned about security vulnerabilities. The port currently lacks a security patrol vessel, leaving the harbour master unable to respond to emergencies at sea, including one hair-raising incident where a vessel couldn't be reached during a communication breakdown. A security vessel is only planned for 2029-2030. Colleagues, this is not a wish list item. It's a red flag waving from the harbour wall. Then there's procurement, or rather the painfully slow ballet that is public procurement. Members flagged restrictive regulations, prolonged supply chain management processes, and the lack of urgency in acquiring critical infrastructure, from cranes to helicopters to radios. It's like we're trying to run a Formula One race with a permit for a donkey cart. There's a cause for excitement, though, when it comes to new infrastructure. The port is receiving 28 brand new rubber-tired gantries, or RTGs, with anti-sway and diesel-electric hybrid technology. These can now operate in wind speeds of up to 90 kilometers an hour, up from 72 kilometers an hour. Given the Cape Town's infamous wind, this upgrade is about as crucial as warm socks in Sutherland in winter. 10 cranes for ship repair are being replaced between 2025-26 and 26-27 to position Cape Town as a shipbuilding hub for sub-Saharan Africa. The port is fully compliant with international navigation standards and is receiving 1.8 billion rand in capital upgrades over the next 5 years. We hope the infrastructure investment is matched by the man-hour productivity. Committee members inquired about the implementation of the 2025 season strategy for citrus exports. Management confirmed that lessons from previous seasons were applied, including appointing reefer champions, improving rail links to Balcon and Maersk, and fast-tracking recovery from weather disruptions. Now, honourable members, I'm not saying that this port is ready to be called the Orange Express, but we'll take every shipping container of citrus as a sweet victory in the Western Cape. Honourable Chair, in the spirit of building and not just budgeting, we make the following key recommendations. A cost-benefit analysis must be undertaken for automotive cargo terminal at Cape Town's port. Transnet must brief the committee on outcomes of the CSIR wind study and which recommendations will be adopted. Transnet must provide quarterly updates on Culemborg's development milestones. Balcon's capacity must be aligned with the port to ensure seamless user experience and efficiency. Acquisition of a security patrol vessel must be brought forward to address immediate risks. End-of-year progress reports must be submitted on Transnet's performance improvement levers. Key matters must be placed before the Freight Logistics Committee, and these include combating drug and human trafficking through increased port security, deepening of ports to accommodate larger vessels, revising restrictive procurement regulations, and addressing the demand side of copper cable theft, especially targeting smelters and exporters. And in an act of urban diplomacy, we also recommend that Transnet explore reasonable measures to address noise complaints from nearby residents and businesses. In conclusion, honourable members, the Cape Town port is far from perfect, but it's clearly on the move. Transnet has stabilised operations, started key infrastructure upgrades, and has shown a willingness to partner with industry. But like any container ship, momentum must be maintained, oversight must be sustained, and inefficiencies must be unloaded like expired cargo. As a select committee, we'll continue to steer this ship in the right direction, because when our ports move efficiently, the economy follows suit. So, honourable members, as with any good South African braai, what matters is what the coals are always hot, the team is always ready, and the wind doesn't blow everything off the grid. This port is starting to smoke, and I mean that in the right way. But it needs fuel, it needs focus, and it needs fewer bureaucratic gusts to keep the fires going. As a select committee, we'll keep on fanning the flames of accountability, of performance and delivery, because when the port works, the economy cooks. I therefore table this report for consideration with the gratitude to my fellow committee members for their diligence in the port visit. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Badenhorst. Honourable members, I don't know whether I heard correctly whether the Honourable Badenhorst was inviting us to a braai, because he started his speech off with a braai, and then he also ended with the braai. So,
yeah, it's tomorrow in my place, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I didn't recognize you. Thank you very much. Honourable members, before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make declarations in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish, for 3 minutes maximum. I am told that we have one declaration, and that's from the Honourable Advocate Nkosi Nonkonyana for 3 minutes.
Deputy Chair and honourable members, again, I must rise on behalf of the mighty African National Congress to thank the chairperson and the members of the committee for having discharged their responsibility and submitted a report that is so clear. And in so doing, I think it is quite clear that the infrastructure is key to the delivery of services. And we are actually excited to realize that the committee and as well as the ministry are actually aware of that enormous responsibility. We have no hesitation, therefore, in accepting and endorsing and voting in favor of that report as the African National Congress. And we hope, therefore, that the committee will continue to see the progress and report regularly in this House. We support you, Chair, and your members. Thank you very much for the report.
Thank you very much, Honourable Advocate Nonkonyana. Honourable members, we shall now proceed to voting. The question is that the report be adopted, and I call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favour, against, or abstain. We shall start with the Western Cape.
Western Cape supports, Chair.
Thank you. Northwest.
As Northwest, we support, Chair.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Northern Cape, we support.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mpumalanga, support.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Thank you, Chair. Limpopo, support.
KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson, KwaZulu-Natal supports.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Gauteng supports.
Thank you. Free State.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Food Basket Province supports.
Thank you. Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Eastern Cape support.
Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, voting is now closed, and I can report that all 9 provinces voted in favor of the report. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you. Honorable delegates, we now proceed to the 9th order, and that is a consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade on the launch of the Homodomo Dinosaur Park in Golden Gate Highlands National Park, the Free State, of the 22nd of June 2025, dated the 23rd of July 2025, and it was ATC'd on the 23rd of July 2025. I shall now call upon the Honorable Boshoff, the chairperson of the Select Committee, to report on behalf of the committee. She has 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Honourable Chairperson or Deputy Chair, the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade submits this report following the attendance by only 2 of its members at the official launch of the Duma Dinosaur Park in the Golden Gate Highlands Park on June the 22nd, 2025. This visit was a direct outcome of the oversight conducted in October 24, during which the centre was still under construction. This site is not just another tourism attraction. It is the location of a scientific marvel, the discovery of the world's oldest known dinosaur embryos belonging to the Mysospondylus species, dating back over 190 million years. These fossils are now housed in a world-class facility on South African soil. That alone is a significant national achievement. The Duma Dinosaur Interpretation Centre is the product of collaboration between the Department of Tourism, Sandparks, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, National Treasury and the European Union with an investment of 120 million. The centre now stands completed, blended architecture, conservation and heritage with educational and economic intent. I wish to report that this infrastructure has been delivered within budget and in alignment with its stated objectives. Those objectives are clear. It is to diversify tourism into undervisited rural regions, to conserve and interpret internationally significant pale onto logical heritage, to stimulate job creation and support local enterprises, and to enable experiential learning and public science engagement. The centre itself is built into the hillside adjacent to Glen Rhiannon West Camp. Its design is ecologically sensitive and fully accessible, from braille signage to wheelchair-friendly pathways. It houses life-sized dinosaur replicas, fossil exhibitions, research labs, and storytelling spaces that integrate both scientific fact and Basotho folklore, particularly the myth of the Duma, which is known as the Great Devourer. During construction, 113 local community members were employed. Importantly, 90% of them received on-site skills training. In the operational phase, 15 permanent posts have already been filled by local residents, and 30 local guides have been trained to offer cultural and nature-based interpretation. This is not only job creation, it is dignity creation. The centre is also expected to create opportunities for local SMMEs, from food vendors and crafters to transport operators, particularly with free access for South African citizens until 30 September 2025. So here you have the opportunity to visit the centre free of charge. The aim is to stimulate local tourism, and I'm sure Honourable Skeerkogel will enjoy you in the Free State, so do take up the offer. extend visitor stays in Clarence and Kwakwa, and anchor what could become a fully fledged dinosaur route across the province. However, Chairperson, we must speak plainly about the concerns raised by the local community. While the project did not result in any displacement, some residents had hoped the site would be located outside the park gates for easier access. There are real and valid concerns around affordability, transport, and the visibility of job and procurement opportunities. Therefore, there are calls for subsidized transport for school groups, free access days for surrounding residents, and clearer communication on how local communities can benefit. These are not unreasonable requests. They are the foundation of inclusive development. From an oversight perspective, I must also raise a red flag. While the centre's construction is complete, its operational sustainability is not yet secure. There is no guaranteed funding for the maintenance of exhibits, staffing of research labs, or program development. Without this, we risk turning a 120 million opportunity into a stillborn asset. Therefore, the committee makes the following key recommendations, which are the two members. Sandparks and the Department of Tourism must submit regular progress reports to the committee, covering visitor numbers, community benefit indicators, and financial performance. We urge National Treasury to allocate multi-year operational funding and for the department to explore additional revenue streams from school subsidies and on-site merchandise to sponsored exhibits and paid educational programs. We recommend close collaboration with the Department of Basic Education to embed the centre into school curricula and to fund transport and guide services for under-resourced schools. The site must be included into the National Tourism Promotion portfolio and marketed as part of a broader Free State heritage and paleontology route. Local municipalities must be supported to upgrade signage, roads, and public transport connections. The Duma Dinosaur Interpretation Centre represents much more than bricks and bones. It is a blueprint for rural development that fuses science, culture, and economic opportunity. It tells a South African story, one that is ancient, proud, and capable of attracting the world. But we must not allow the story to fade due to poor planning or underfunding. It must be nurtured, sustained, and fully integrated into our national development vision. Let us ensure that this centre not only celebrates the past, but builds a future of growth, inclusion, and discovery. I table the committee report for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Boshoff, for your report on the Khodomodomo Dinosaur Park. Thank you very much. Now, before we proceed to voting, I shall call upon provinces for the opportunity to make declarations of the vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish, for a maximum of 3 minutes. And I am told that we have a declaration by the Honourable Sithole.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. The report for consideration is a significant as the launch of the Dinosaur Park by the Minister and the Department. The Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade attended the launch of the Khodomodomo Dinosaur Park in the Golden Gate Highlands National Park, Free State on the 22nd June 2025. The park was developed at a historical site on the groundbreaking discovery of the follicide eggs of the dinosaur species. The Masos pandawans, which are the oldest dinosaur embryos known to man. The site commemorates the discovery of the world's oldest dinosaur known nesting ground in brackets 190 million years. Specifically, the Masos Pandawan embryos and the eggs exhibit include Lidumahadi Mafube, Africa's largest known dinosaur, alongside local folklore, the Basuti myth of Kodumodumo, aligning science with cultural heritage. The results of this finding have been published in a leading scientific journal, resulting in increased interest in the Golden Gate Highlands National Park. What is significant and critical about this project is that the development in partnership with the Department of Tourism and Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, South African National Parks as implementing agency, with the European Union and National Treasury. The investment was significant for the sector in the province as the development project secured 120 million for the project. There are two elements in which this project, that is the construction of the interpretation center and exhibition that is housed within the interpretation center. The Select Committee will continue to monitor the progress and development of the parks and oversight governance and financial accountability. The country needs more projects of this nature, which is integrated with the historical disadvantaged communities. This is certainly a transformative project. The ANC supports this report and hopes that the House consider this report and adopt it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sotole. We shall now proceed to voting, and the question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. I shall start with the Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. The Eastern Cape vote in favor.
Thank you. Free State.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Free State support.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Gauteng supports.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
Deputy Chairperson, the province of KwaZulu-Natal supports.
Thank you. Limpopo.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Limpopo support.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The province of Mpumalanga supports.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Deputy Chair, Northern Cape supports.
Thank you. Northwest.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Northwest supports.
Western Cape.
Western Cape will support, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the voting is now closed, and I can report that all provinces voted in favour of the report, and I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable members, I would like to thank all permanent delegates, the MECs that were here today, and all special delegates and SALGA representatives for availing themselves for this sitting. I want to especially thank all your honourable members for being in the House and conducting this session in a dignified manner, and we appreciate the way you conducted yourself this evening. Thank you very much. That concludes the business of the day. The House is now adjourned.